Clean them good for you. All right from wrong. All right, let's get it. Y'all know we gonna get it going. Get this thing going. Had to quit a quick refresh. We get a new old crew up in here. Get me on the new section of the For You page. Miles, be prepared because we see how they went earlier. Hopefully we get a nice little conversation in. I gotta download some of these videos too. I forgot about that. These on my YouTube. Thank you. This is the live that matters. God bless you. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. If y'all can, as y'all come in, go and hit some shares, get some more people in here. Join the team. It costs 1 penny. 1 penny. It's next to my name. You'll get a little orange heart. Try to get me to I guess as y'all come in here, try to go. We're gonna start off with 10K because I'm pretty sure the room about to pick up a little bit. Go be 10K, then we take a little break. Hashtag FYPs. If y'all don't know how to share, hold y'all finger on where my prompt is at. Hold it for 2 seconds. You'll see a list of friends pop and just share it to all of them. Wake them up. It's Saturday. They can come up here. They got time.
They about to start getting ready to go out now. If they ain't already out.
One of the two. Yeah. Right.
But I was surprised that like everybody came in before they went out. They had to go ahead and get their little anger out. And they go ahead and then say
Yeah,
sorry.
you seen that? Or
I said, dang, it's lit.
I
But
knew
I
it was
couldn't
getting
really
scary when it got 80 people here. I was like, it's about to be scary.
yeah, I wanted to jump up, but your panel was full, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna listen in. I'm about to take notes, and that's how it's gonna be. But yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Dang, I'm gonna have to.
No,
Yeah.
you good. You ain't got nobody else.
Yes, last night. I don't know what
It
the
was
other
fun
man.
last night too. I was up to about 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah,
I didn't go to
Kev
bed
was
Yeah,
till
like
up
you. I'm about to
all
say what
night.
all night long. He's like, oh, I'm about
yeah.
to,
I
we
was
trying to
up.
come
I
back.
was
I'm
up.
like,
It got
dang.
interesting that conversation. So both of those sections were good.
It did. It was really good. It was really good information. The one guy who was speaking and he was talking about, I don't know what, I forgot what he talked about, but because I done had, this is my second glass of wine, don't judge me, but I'm okay.
Hello.
But, yeah, he was speaking real. Like, I was like, dang, like he was saying things like I wasn't even thinking about. I'm like, dang, that's deep. Like how he just broke it down. I was like, dang. Arthur was
Yeah.
like, hold on, let him finish. Hold on, he's still speaking. I was like, get him, Arthur, because I'm trying to listen in on this because he was spinning all types of gems. I was like, dang, I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
like think of stuff like that. But it's good. That's why it's good to like listen in on other
Listen,
people.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. That's why I let even people if we disagree with them. That's why we need to. That's what we need to practice on is not reacting so fast. Give people a chance to let out what maybe they can explain it different because everybody's not gonna come from the same angle. Then if as long as we can hear what they talking about, we can probably pick the points of what they may mean or whatever and try to build an understanding. Because sometimes it can be multiple ways to certain things, even though it might hurt us. But that's what come with being open minded because it's not always just one way to everything. I know we always try to be one way, but some things do count, and I want to counter. That's when you got to question it and all that stuff. But at least give people the chance, But also, I be trying to cut people that like
Exactly.
rambling for a long time, unless I mess with them. If they speaking on something, I be want to listen myself, whatever. Because there's
Like,
some people I mess with them.
but people be coming up here so triggered. Like, you not even listening. Like, but yeah, like, but I don't even know like who that was earlier, Kev. Like, but I think like somebody like on a panel like was trying to like justify this topic or something. I don't know. Like I was like I was trying to listen, but like I could barely even hear. And it was like 70 to 80 people in here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think like you were trying to like tell her or whoever it was, like, yeah, like like I don't know. Like I think like they was talking about the like I think like they was talking about the first like the first statement in the red.
Mm-hmm.
But like yeah, like I was saying last night, like because I was on here last night talking about this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Like keep your legs closed. Like we don't know how to do that. Like I mean like if you're married, like that's different.
I said, Nick just keep laughing. She talking about, because I feel bad for them, but I don't, but I do. I was like,
Um,
what?
like I mean like yes, because
Like,
I
because why
still
would you
do
do that to
though.
yourself? I'm sorry, now I'm laughing like she was. She was laughing last night. I said, dang. She was
Man,
like,
what was
Yeah, I
but.
feel it because it's so sad. Sometimes you gotta laugh. You
Yeah,
just
it
so
is really sad though. And
Hey,
then
yo,
the
did
one
I?
lady, y'all had great
Yeah.
patience. I want to say that too. Y'all had great patience with the lady and the yeah, she was going in and I was like, dang, I don't know if she was a regular or not, but I was listening and she was going in and she had a
no.
camera on and
Oh
Yeah,
no,
you
she wasn't
talking
a
about
regular. It's
her?
just people.
Oh yeah, I know her. She yeah.
Who you talking about? The course said it's on. You probably talking about her
Talking
in
about
singlet.
it was an older
Mika.
lady last
Oh,
night.
Miss. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nika too. She be going crazy. But yeah. Did I destroy all of their arguments earlier? Because like I said, I was on the phone. I don't know what other arguments they had brought up about abortion.
Wait, hold on. Like, but yeah, like I do like be feeling bad because it's like like because it's
Go that
like
laugh.
they do have to do stuff like basically like do everything like by themselves now. Like basically do everything by themselves now because it's because it's like now the other parent like might choose not to barely be there.
Mm-hmm.
Like but at the same time like it's like they made that choice but I don't know like I still like I mean like I still like feel like kind of bad but it's like you still did that like why did you do that though like
They playing Wheel of Fortune. What is it? The spin the wheel. The think I can't bankrupt. Spin it, bankrupt. Spin it. Yeah, that's what they doing. They playing Jeopardy with their life, and they better stop because you only got one life. Yeah, YOLO. You only live once. Take that to heart. Like why live the one life you got recklessly? Like why not do the right thing? And like I told, look, once my kids get grown, and you see me on a cruise ship with my husband, and we two step, and then I got a drink in my hand. Mind your business. Cause Southern got a groove back, and I done did my share. Cause who? I book a look soon as my baby graduate, I'm booking us a trip. Cause we got to go. I told my daughter she gonna be the first one at the house anyways. I said you better hope by the time he like middle school and he function. I'll be like, hey girl, you want to babysit your little brother for me? Call your mid brother. Be like, one of y'all want to babysit the little one? Cause look, I got a hot Stella got a groove back right quick. Cause who? I'm about to get on a cruise trip with my husband. We about to have some fun. Like, but it's all good though. I mean, but I don't know. I just think doing the right thing pays off in the long run. That's basically the fact that I was making. Doing the right thing in the beginning pays off in the long run. Don't waste your years doing the wrong thing. I'm sorry, Miss Nay. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna mute myself. It's
oh
all right.
no like you right like because you do the wrong thing like you end up in this baby mama baby daddy culture like in your life like I mean your life is not over or nothing like you still can date and like find somebody.
Yeah, everybody got the words dating mixed confused. They think dating means I need to lay down with you. I need to make a baby with you. All this stuff is like, I don't know. My husband was the one who showed me that a man knows when he meets you, whether you're his wife or you just a hidden past. Because when my husband met
Yeah,
me,
thanks.
when
Exactly.
we was together for about 6 months, I would say like 6 months, 12 months, a year, we was married. He already knew like you and my wife. This is what it's gonna be. and we was married. Like it wasn't no 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. I don't know, like why. He even asked his little brother, like his little brother is in a relationship and it's like kind of like long term, and he's like, oh, you they got 3 kids together, and he's like, oh, you guys are married because he acted like, oh, that's my wife. He's like, oh, you got married, and I guess they took offense to it, but he didn't know. No, he was like, you said wife, so I'm like, oh, y'all got married now, and they was like, oh no, we ain't get married yet, but we going to. He's like, I've just been asking, what's the hold up? Like, what's the wait? You 3 kids and y'all live together. Why not? What is the
Right.
problem?
Like that's playing
What
house.
did what did he say?
Like yeah, like playing house, and then they also like don't understand and then they also don't understand like when you have kids with somebody, like, and then you trying to be like, and then you trying to get with somebody else. I mean, it's harder now because you have to consider somebody else, like, and then you have to let them know that you have kids, and yeah, like you have to let them, like you
And
have
I,
to,
yeah, and
like
I
yeah,
understand. I'm
like yeah,
sorry.
like you have to let them know like you have kids and like you're co-parenting or whatever you got going on.
Yeah, and it's hard to juggle. Like it is, if your head is not in the right space, it can be very difficult to juggle when you already have a kid stepping into a relationship, because you're split. It's kind of like splitting yourself in two. You got to be able to share love and give energy to everybody. You got to be able to make sure your child is not feeling neglected. Make sure your man is not feeling neglected. Make sure, like, all of this stuff. So, and I get that coming from, I was a single parent before I got married, and I understood like the difficulties. But I thank God that I have a husband, or at the time that before he was my husband, I had a man that understood, and he was there, and he wasn't trying to make it harder on me. He was helping me other than making it harder on me, because some men can't take that. But it's also a self reflection. Like, a lot of women get caught up in their own feelings, and they don't know if they're blocking or missing a blessing. So I also thank God that I had people in my life, older adults in my life, that when I was out of whack, they checked me back in line, like, you tripping. Like, you tripping. What you doing? Like, you tripping. No, this man loves you. This man cares for you. Da 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 da. You upset all based off of your own personal feelings. Like, get yourself together. And I'm so happy they did, because I couldn't imagine right now being single in this life, this time and age. I feel for everybody that's out there, even the ones that I know that's newly divorced and trying to go out there. I'm like, couldn't be me. I
That's
don't
just
care.
that's just stupid.
Exactly. Like, and then like some people like don't even consider some people don't even like consider like their child's feelings, like when they like start back dating somebody
Yeah.
like new, like not like their dad's, yeah, like not like their dad, like, or their mother, like it's like a different person, like they don't even consider like their child feelings, like how they feel about this new person, like you just dating them and you don't even see like how your child feel about like this person, like you're seeing or something, like I don't know, people just, I don't know, like,
I feel
you know what.
I feel like right now it feels weird to try to settle down with somebody. Like it don't feel like something's like wrong with the process.
Hey, you know what interests me when somebody said that, because I remember the podcast with Shannon Sharp. I hope y'all know him. He do from basketball, NBA,
Yeah,
and
I know.
NFL. And then he was speaking with this one dude talking about marriage and how he the not doesn't like marriage, but doesn't view it as a necessity and stuff like that, because he said he's cool with marriage, but it's like the problem is that people made it like a thing where it has to do with papers and legal things and possessions and stuff like that. That all his love and his mind just depends on like his loyalty and stuff like that. Because like he's fine with marriage, just not dealing with papers and whose house burnt and such. Like that's what marriage is to him, and that kind of like made a lot of sense to me,
Will make sense.
because he was saying like marriage with when people get married, they tend to like, not everybody, but like in a sense, he was saying that, oh, now when people realize they married the wrong person and such, and now it's a whole fight about possessions and stuff like that, and they're not focusing on the love that they're missing or the disciplines that they're missing to try to better the relationship instead of divorcing.
Right, I agree with that because I see a lot of people like go and that's what they do. They like they get married for the wedding. That's what it is. They want the wedding. They want the glitz and the glamour, but they don't want to put in the work that it takes because everyone wants. Well, if my man, like you see the posts and some of them like I repost because they're jokes to me. But I know some people out there take them seriously. Like, oh, you don't love me like this, or my man ain't doing this. I don't want it. Okay, well, every day won't be flowers and roses, and everything is not going to be happy like one post not one post but one panel a little while back was saying that men love black women but they don't like black women and a lot of I'm sorry, not black but African American women be okay. But a lot of BLK women came on there and was like, I don't think that too can be possible, but it is possible. I don't always like my spouse, but I love him, and loving him gets me back to liking him because I don't always like everything he says and he does. And that's reality because we're two different people who's raised two different ways. We're trying to make everything into one, and to become one, we have to work with it. Like we're always going to be changing. We're always going to think differently. The world, like we do different things on a day to day. So what he sees at work and come home and what I view or what I hear and everything else, like you're always going to have new ideas. You're always going to evolve. You're going to change, hopefully for the best. And you have to like work that into your life. So it's not going to always be flowers and roses. Like today, I might say my favorite drink is Mountain Dew. Next year I might be like, you know what, I don't even like Mountain Dew no more. Now, my favorite drink is Sprite. People change, and it could be simple things like that, or it could be major things, but through it all you made a vow. Through whatever vows you made, the vows that you made, you should uphold
And,
whatever they are.
and it's crazy. Like I agree
Can
with
I
that,
say that?
and that part that you said about black men not liking but loving African American women. I completely agree with that because with my woman, with my girl and everything, like she, so I don't know how many dudes go through this with their girl, but she be getting those points saying like, "Do you not like me?" And then at a point, I was like, "Babe, no, I do love you, but what I don't like is the person who you choose to be in times of frustration between us."
Mm,
Like
that's
when
pretty
when it's
much.
when's that time when we need to talk about stuff and then you get frustrated and you act a certain way, that's the part of you or the person that I don't like of you or that you become because you know what I'm saying? Now I get frustrated and we both frustrated and then we all gotta figure stuff out and then go through the motions, stuff like that. So that's why I don't like about her or what happens. But at the deepest part of my heart, I love her at the end of the day and want to get through stuff and want to be successful and walking faithful to her with Jesus and everything.
Well, I love what Big Bro is saying, and even what you're saying, Sims, on this too. And I was just having this conversation. This is how the spirit moves. Well, you have two individuals that are coming together from two totally different aspects of life, and now you are starting to rely on each other. So, what are the expectations that you give him? What are the expectations that you give her? And what are you guys willing to agree on or to not agree on? It's kind of like it brings on an interdependency where it's like, man, I got to rely on you for some things, but are you willing to rely on that other person? Or are you so controlling or so independent that you're not going to allow that other person to help take care of you? Or are you not going to help take care of the other person, or vice versa? So it kind of there is a both ways. And I don't know, Kev, I know I came up on your first topic and I was like, Kev, I swear on my life, if I ever saw you in person, you would be my punching box. I would not be hugging lions no more.
I mean,
I know.
I told you was the bully. Gonna put that under my comment. You the bully.
Yeah, I am the bully. I'm the bully. But from a different aspect, and that's what it kind of reminds me of abortion. It kind of reminds me of how do people agree on when two people get together and actually agree on that, are they going off society, or are they going off, actually off of what they helped create?
Yeah, I wanted to say too, like it's like to me when I think about like with the whole thing of liking and loving someone, they also use the example of like when you're with your siblings, like you and your siblings could be arguing or bickering or whatever, but let someone else come in and say something to your siblings, and you're like, hold up, because you might not like them, but that don't mean you don't love them, and you want to see some hurt come to it towards them. And I was just thinking like somewhat like the Twilight, the movie The Twilight, and how Bella was towards Edward, and like it's like this is my better half. I don't want no harm to come to him, so I want to protect him by all means necessary. I'm gonna be by his side by all means necessary. I don't care if we just got an argument, but you better not say nothing. If you ain't knocking me across my head or really putting me in danger, you better not say a thing. We can argue, bicker back all day long. We can do all that, but that ain't none of your business. So stay in your lane. Like that's how I be thinking.
Man,
Yeah.
I agree too. Not even with siblings. Sometimes with older family members and stuff like that.
Right, Toto. Right. It's not older family members. It could be your parents. It could be your siblings. It could be, it could be
Grandparents.
grandparents. Not even just family. It goes back down to, at the end of the day, it goes back down to you. You know, we take everything in that we get from everybody else, and then now we got to figure it out.
So what dudes gotta do
Oh yeah,
for the
yeah.
future?
Kev did talk about the Oprah
What?
panel, and he was going to talk about when it comes to talking about the men and then stuff like that. And that question, I did want to get to that question.
What he so what was the ask? Did he even
Oh,
talk? I
Which
didn't hear Triangle talk.
which one was that one?
What's up?
Oh,
My
the
fault.
last one.
Wait,
yeah,
no, not on
those
the last
bottom,
one. We ain't even
those
start
bottom
that yet. We
two.
didn't even do the pro guy yet. But wait, let's see where everybody at. Oh, so what angle you came in at Triangle? That's funny.
Which one? The questions?
Yeah. Did you answer any of them yet or not?
Nah, I didn't.
Okay. So you in the first two, then I think everybody be caught because I think everybody else already answered all these either yesterday or
Okay.
today. So you're on the first two. You don't really care about the kids agreeing to more than one abortion. How you feel about that?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I was a little confused. Like, now I'm not close to it, but I was kind of confused
You say
about that.
confused about it? Your voice kind of low too. I don't know if you got your face near a mic or not.
I don't know. Hold on.
Yeah. You say you was confused?
Yeah, I'm confused, bro.
So yeah, basically with the topic itself, I can understand the first time you get a AB, um, it could be
Oh, okay.
maybe had with grape or something like that, or maybe misinformation, whatever. Even though I still don't believe misinformation because everybody know when you have smacks, a baby can come out of it, no matter if we done seen it happen with Plan Bs and all that other stuff. So everybody be acting shocked when it comes to that. So I just get a little grace of saying one time, but if it's a repetitive thing, it's obvious you don't care about kids, because at the end of the day, they want to call it whatever they call it, the names, fetuses, or not even that, the parasite. That was a new name I heard earlier. It still is a possibility of being a kid. So it's obvious that they don't care about kids that much as they say they do.
Yeah, man, I definitely we're on the same boat. Yeah, we're on the same boat. I like just to add, like I think this is wild. We live in a world where it's like it's like baby daddies and like stuff and like kids not taking care of their farmer for like the like child support stuff, the courts. Like for a dude to not be involved in child life be pretty horrible. And like and usually like pays for it, but like on the opposite end we give him we're giving ladies the option, just not to. We're like applauding and like victimizing the fact that women don't want to be a part of Charles' life when it's kind of opposite on the other end.
Wait, say that last part again.
It's like if the dude wants to bail out, like don't want to take care of his kids, he's usually deemed a horrible person. But if a woman doesn't want to take care of her kids, she's a victim. That's what it seems like. Or she's like being held by the law. She's a victim of the law, or like by like old white men, or whatever the case may be. It seems like very like backwards to me.
Right, interesting. Okay. And then the last part, and then everybody should be caught up. 'Cause like I said, we just did this yesterday. I got all the angry crew out, hopefully, so far from earlier. But the second part is because I do want to dig deep on this man thing. You know, I was laughing earlier because we didn't even get to make it to the man part because everybody's all so in their feelings when they come to the woman part.
Wait,
And that was all
Kev.
really was just holding accountability on both ends. That's what it was. But we can hardly get to them. They hear about men all day. They can do that. But we
Like,
gonna
wait,
get to it.
Kev. Like, so that's what. Like I was basically saying. Like, so you had the mad women on here earlier. Like they was in their feelings, like about the topic. Well, about like basically what they had to take accountability for, because it's like about women and men. Like, I mean, but you can't be in your feelings though. Keep your legs closed.
Reach.
Like, just keep your legs
Yeah, and
closed.
those are the telltale.
So my question, y'all, is like y'all know what harlots are, right?
Yes, I know Harlots are. I watched one of them shows that had harlots in it. Was it Main's Tale? Something Tale, something. They had harlots. I be watching them shows. I like those, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes, I know.
Yeah, no, you good. So like, I don't know the history, but like, I wonder what's the earliest recorded date of harlots, and I guess it's society.
I think it was like no, I want to say 19 to. I don't know if that's the earliest. That might be the latest. I want to say 1912. I be watching them little shows and I be thinking they real, but they probably don't
You
be.
got look there's history like in the like the what they call a feudal Japan or feudal whatever it's called. Like they used to have like the saunas or whatever they call it. So they was already kind of
It's actually biblical. It goes back to
it went
Genesis.
back like that type of stuff has been done for a long time. So like I guess I'm saying like you had there was a bit division of women who were wives and women who was like I guess in that category for like a long time recorded history. So I guess my question is like or the reason I even brought that up was is because someone earlier said like you shouldn't be open. I think y'all saying you should open your legs, this, that, and third. Like the question is like what is like to make someone happy to be like to not be a husband? Like what is we know what it is for women, what it is for men to be like husbands. Is it like a house? Like is it like you know what I mean?
Well, I can't say what it is to be a husband. I can say only that my husband, that is now my husband, he saw me as his wife or a part of they or someone he felt like he wanted to partner with, and that's just what it was. For me,
Yeah.
I fell in love with him because I saw how at the time I was a single parent, I saw how the relationship with him and my daughter flourished. And then on top of that, not even that wasn't the first thing, but the first thing was how he treated me. The second thing was how he treated my daughter. And then how when we came together as a family, how he treated both of us at the same time and how he protect both of us, how he nurtured both of us, how he it's like I can't even explain it. It's like something like he don't play that nonsense. Like and I love that. And before it took a little while. First 5 years was rough because he had to like really like not only him but also family members had to really check me, because it was like I didn't grow up in a household with a mother and a father. My mom passed away when I was 5. I never knew my biological dad, but I do have a dad that I call my dad. He's my stepdad. Don't tell him I said that. He don't like that, but that he's my stepdad. But he oh my god, dad, might as well say, but he's not my biological, but he's my dad nevertheless. He's my father. That's who I look at. But I didn't grow up in a household with two parents, so I was always raised as an independent woman. So when I got with my husband, he, had to knock some of those walls, like, look, no, you're not single no more, this that, da da da. So, and a lot of family members had to check me on that, even though they were perceived as single women. They also were also previously married sometimes, some of them, and they had to check me on that. So it's like, I can't, for me personally, I can't answer that question, but I can say that.
So if
I
they say
got you
like,
though. I'll answer it because it's
no,
other.
no, hold on, hold on. My bad, my bad.
Yeah, I know you ain't just want one answer, did you?
No,
But
yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, that's okay.
okay, yeah. So you were saying, so it depends. I would say it's very subjective, especially today, about what it takes to. You said for to be a husband, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So
like
I
with
would see it very
everybody.
projected, didn't? Because also like everybody got their own beliefs of whatever somehow. That's the way the world is. But it also depends on. I guess it's the beliefs, right? Because I was about to say traditional. If you're trying to follow, I can tell you like traditional way, because there's a certain way that man's supposed to be, and a certain way women's supposed to be. I don't believe that. Also, even life itself, I don't think things counter, and I think we're supposed to assist one another. I would say it's a common human, just not even gender wise, like common human thing. That both sides would have to do is both of them have to be willing to hear each other out, communicate, understand the differences, because we are different. I don't know why we keep always acting like we push it that we the same. If we was the same, we'd be doing the same exact thing and be built the same exact way, but we just not. But I think it's just basically setting your roles, and I know people hate that word, but no matter what, to make things work, you got to have some type of order. So you got to have roles in a relationship. You're gonna do something, whatever y'all got set for each other, that y'all got to make it work. So it's basically just being each other's I would say assistants, when knowing the time that you need to step in instead of stepping on each other's toes and stuff, knowing when you should take accountability for whatever, because everybody's not going to agree. No, oh, that's another thing. Not to agree to disagree. You can see on this panel who really know about that. This is based off of if they get triggered, they want to say something real quick. But I would say if we talking about based off of that, how to be so man, was always looked at like as the provider, the one that's supposed to be provider protected, like the main two things. Supposed to follow God and His ways, making sure the families it's okay, be willing to sacrifice himself and not die, because somehow nowadays there are women that want to sacrifice themselves instead, when they the ones that need to be alive and be and watching the kids, but they want to be doing a man's duty. Not, I don't know, but I guess it's very subjective. So I guess people do what they want to do, but that's the reason why so much commotion, because both sides trying to do each other's jobs. But yeah, I would say that, and able to bring order in the house, and just like the woman should bring the nurturing and the emotional intelligence. I think that's what one of the main things women should be able to be good at. Like, especially if a dude, I feel like a lot of dudes should have it, probably may have that, like that inner beast in them or whatever, just because the way the world is, and the woman should be the one that tame, not even like that, but the one that calms it down the situation, say it's not worth it. But the way a lot of women is built today, they the ones that will literally provoke the Hulk. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
You need to do that, step off of that, do that. You don't want to be in that type of situation though. But I think we do complement each other, so that's how I look at that. So.
I
Hey,
want.
the way you said that, my fault. I didn't.
No, you go ahead.
But yeah, the way you said that about like the man, the way he is because of the world, like, you know what I'm saying, he kind of like a beast inside, and the woman's supposed to kind of like tame him, and then the way woman is nowadays, and everything. I got a story, and that kind of relates a little bit to the bottom question, right? So I got this homie, right, and he said he cool about sharing this information. So his parents are separated and everything, right? He lives with his mother, who lives with his grandmother and everything, right? and then he's seeing this girl that's not living in the same state and so and such, and then he trying to do his best to take care of her and everything. And, you know what I'm saying? He loves her, you know what I'm saying? At the bottom of his heart, you know what I'm saying? He's a caring person. He's a cool guy, right? And then he brings the girl that he's been talking to cross country, cross the state, you know, to come live with him and everything, right? So now that they finally met together and then they're in their little relationship, we all know, you know what I'm saying, not every relationship perfect, you know what I'm saying, things start off a little shaky. So he was telling me about how, you know what I'm saying, stuff happens and, you know what I'm saying, how sometimes they both get frustrated and stuff like that. And then me understanding that women's is very like highly emotionally intelligent and everything and whatnot, right? And then he was saying that since he was having those little frustrations and arguments and everything, and then how he was sometimes didn't have the answer for everything, and then you know, so sometimes his mom had to get involved and everything, right? Because also basically his mom is a cancer survivor, breast cancer survivor, everything such and such, right? So, and she's trying not to stress out. So basically, his cousin had called him and told him, saying that, hey, don't let this girl that you with try to stress you out or stress your mama out, because you know what I'm saying, because your mom been through a lot. And then he told me that his cousin said, real women build men, and that he shouldn't have to deal with so much stress, you know what I'm saying, if that's what's going on, if that's what his girl causing him and everything like that. And he understood that. He didn't say nothing to his girl, but basically that's what his cousin told him and whatnot. And I was like, that's interesting, because you were saying, it says at the bottom, why wait on the opposite gender to change yourself? Men claim that they are leaders, blaming women to make them a better man, which was interesting, because it's like, damn, that's true. That I did feel that. So that's why when you said that was interesting, because I remember that story that my homie told me. And y'all can chime in on that too, because when Kev said that instantly brought that story to my head.
So do y'all think a wife
I
is a
think Cousins
byproduct?
he wanted to be the last one to try it too. He wanted to try that try it too. Though.
Hey,
Then,
y'all think a wife is byproduct of y'all goals?
we'll answer
What's
it in a
going?
minute.
What's
We
going?
about to get
Yeah.
your last one, because I know you wanted it, like one more point of view, probably.
Was there
Okay.
somebody else, or was it me? Go
No,
ahead.
that's he the one asked the question though. He was about to ask another question behind that though, but
Yeah. You
we
said you
gonna
want to
let you.
do tackle the last
Yeah,
one.
just let Cousin answer your question, because I know you asked really asked the dudes
Yeah.
what it took to
Yeah.
be a husband. So he gonna do another one. Then you can ask another question again.
Okay.
Right. So, in my first of all, what's up, everybody? Let me go out and not be rude. First of all,
What's
what's
up,
happening?
Cuz?
What's happening? Hope everybody good. So what makes a man a husband, or ready to be a husband?
Like, what's the point?
I think. Was it? That was the question, right?
Yeah. Like, what's the point? Like, what?
Okay. Right. So in my view, when we pose that question, most people just give you duties, right? Well, you should do this, you should do that, you should. And like Kev said, all of that is subjective, because every woman is different, and what every man is different. And what you do in your marriage is going to be night and day difference from everybody else. It is never going to be the same. No matter what people tell you, there may be some similarities in because we're in a certain culture, but everything is going to be different. You know what I mean? So my thoughts are, it's all about the character, and it's all about what your attitude is about marriage, right? So that being said, when a man is ready to be married, the first thing is he completely knows himself. Okay, when you get to a point where you actually know yourself inside and out, that's the first step. Because I promise you, if you don't know yourself, if you don't know the basis of you, your marriage ain't gonna work. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is when you are vulnerable enough, that means secure in your manhood enough to accept having someone else's best interest in your heart. That means being selfless, right? So when you get to that point where you can honestly and truthfully look in the mirror and say, I'm ready to be self, right? That's the second telltale sign. And then the third telltale sign is when you have the courage to be consistent. And that is probably the hardest part for most men. We normally don't get that until we get older, okay? Because what you're gonna have to understand is that when you go through a marriage, every couple of years, shit changes. You know what I mean? Like, I've been together now 7 years, and it seems like it's been 3 lives in those 7 years, because your interests change, your finances change, demographics change, all of these things happen. You grow differently, you get different friends, blah, blah, blah. And so you have to be willing to be consistent in your principles and who you are and y'all, whatever y'all agreements are. You know what I mean? You have to be ready and actually have that courage to be consistent, because it's hard. It's not easy. We expect that we get into marriages or whatever and then it's just gonna flow. No, don't never do that. There's gonna be times where you just ain't gonna like each other, but you still gotta push through to get to the time where you do like each other again. And that takes courage, that takes consistency, and that is where most people fall off. I was talking to a couple that was married for 60 years. And I asked the lady, I asked her, I said, well, damn, how did he keep you for 60 years? And I'm joking. And she started laughing and she said, well, hell, I ain't like him for 50 of them. And I was like, God damn, what you mean? And they both started laughing. It was a joke that they had. And she said, yeah, I mean, we don't got to like each other to love each other. I don't have to like him to respect him, because it's a lot of times I'm not going to like him. And that's what told me that it's the courage to be consistent, right? With that care. And I think once a man gets to that, then all of the other duties that everybody lists and everything else, that shit comes easy. But until you have those 3 things, you ain't ready. And that'll be my answer to that.
Dang, you know what you remind me of, cousin, is when I think of contrite. Like the you have to be constructive. People think marriage is this beautiful thing that you just celebrate within a little celebration, but no, nobody goes back home with you. Nobody goes back home with you. You and that person need to work your challenges out yourself. That's what builds that family dynamics, that general dynamics. It kind of reminds me of being contrite. So I always appreciate you for bringing up like your knowledge and your wisdom, and kind of like that construction, that we have. Look, we were all presented with challenges from the time we were born. We didn't ask for this. Our parents, however they laid down and whatever they did to us, and created us, whatever they were going through, it doesn't mean that we need to take that with us, but we take the knowledge of what they went through with us, so that we create this system and stuff. And that's why we see so much of these challenges and these misunderstandings or miscommunication or miss whatever. But there is a lot of joy, there is a lot of compassion, and I'm like, where are we getting lost in the joy and the compassion, and where we're turning away from things that were probably maybe meant to be blessings?
Yeah, I mean, listen, marriage is a beautiful thing. I think Kev put it in there. It's supposed to be beautiful. But I think that people talk about the roses. They talk about the fairy tale, but they don't talk about the maintenance. And I say that just like if we use, cars or homes, You go to a beautiful ass home, a mansion, and you sitting up in there like, oh, this is ridiculous. This is nice. Guess what? That motherfucker, the bill just to keep landscaped is $4,000 a month. You know what I mean? Like, it's work.
Exactly,
It's looking like
cousin.
that. It's not that and it's not saying that it's not a beautiful thing, right? It's just saying that, you know, it's gonna require some work to do. You know what I mean? And the thing is that I guess I want to say the most beautiful thing about it is that the more work that you put in, the easier the work becomes. And I know that sounds wild, it sounds counterproductive, but it's like in the beginning, you know, you learning each other. It may seem like it's awkward, but at the same time, you begin to get a rhythm. And then it's like, okay, now I have my routine. Now you know. And now when you add and just build to that routine, it becomes easy. But it requires a selfless attitude, and it requires work. Yeah, you got to maintain it.
You have to maintain. If you don't maintain, because how do you entertain something that you can't maintain? You know, like people enter into relationships and enter into or embark on things or actually experience things. Sometimes you got to say no, and sometimes you got to understand the word no. You know, so you have to go back into like what you said, cousin. Like if you get a house with somebody, look, hey, this is where expectations come in. People say, well, you should do this. You know how we hear all these conversations about, well, you should cook for me. You should do this for me. You should take out the trash. You should do that. No, look, if my boys, like I have a 20 and a 21-year-old stepsons that are here, and I have my husband, if they forget to take out the trash, guess what? I'm going to take out the trash. I'm just going to do it because it needs to go out. You know what I mean? It needs to go out. So it's like, why is everybody's complaining about, well, you should do this, it should be in it. But there are probably times that I didn't even notice the trash, that one of them picked it up. It's like we all have to maintain. It's not just the one person. It shouldn't be an independent party. Oh, I don't even want to go there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I get where you're coming from, cousins, and I love that you like expanded on that. I really love that you expanded on that.
And you know, to be fair, man, you know, I'm one person that I just don't like the gender role, none of that. Like I don't subscribe to none of that stuff, right? I don't think that roles should be handed out just because of gender, right? However, I do have to be fair and say that structure, is nothing wrong with having structure. So if somebody believes that, hey, in our house, she does this and I'm gonna do this, that's just our basic rule. Okay, cool. Y'all do understand that sometimes you may have to not, you know what I mean? Like you may have, like, let's just say that you know, she does all the cooking because she's a better cook. Right? So that's her job. Like that's pretty much what she takes on. She's better at cooking. It would be common sense that she would probably do most of the cooking. However, if you know as a man that she running late someday or is having a rough day, something going on, then now you go in there and get the recipe book out and handle your business, right? Without a problem. That's called, you know, flexibility. That's understanding that, like you said, you have to kind of adapt. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with certain people having a structure if that works for them better. You know what I mean? It may not work for me, but I'm not going to judge anybody if that's what they feel like they need in their home, because I think it goes back to what we said earlier with everybody has it works differently. So if it works for you, like in my house, my girl ain't never touched a garbage can. I don't give a fuck what happened. You don't, that's just that's my creed. That's something that I always do, because I'm like, for one, the way our shit is set up, why would I have her try to carry this heavy bag out this garage, go over here through this little muddy patch? I'm not gonna have her do that when it's easy for me, right? It's harder for her to lift that shit. I'm not gonna do it. So that's just my way of saying I got you. But at the same time, I don't have to worry about making my plate. She automatically do that shit, right? There's certain things I don't ask her, but like I said, it's just certain things that we do for each other that shows appreciation, that shows, and mostly it's for common sense purposes. You know, we do it because if you're better at doing that, then you do that. If I can't do this, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I mean? And we got that understanding. And I think
Well,
everybody
cousin,
needs that
let
instead
me
of just
ask you
having
this.
roles. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because somebody put this in the comments. They mentioned something about because they're like maybe a single mom or something. Who's going to take out the trash then?
Well, right. No, if you have to, like, look, you got to survive. You got to do what you got to do. But what I'm saying
Exactly.
is, but here's the thing. Like, let's just say finances. Okay, let's say you both working, you both make equal money, and you say, all right, we're gonna pool our money together, pay the bills, and then whatever's left, you keep your money, I keep my money. That seems like common sense. Cool. Now, what if one person is making $400,000 a year, the other person is working and they making 30? You got to pay half the rent of this mansion. Why? That would just be idiotic. It just means that you're being petty at this point. Like,
Right.
because it's simple for you just to pay that fucking mortgage. Shut the fuck up, pay that. You make 3 times more. That shouldn't be an argument. But see, nowadays, everything is just tit for tat. What you gonna do for me, I'm gonna do for you. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean? And I think we got to get away from that and get
That
to,
competition,
right, what
yeah, that
works for
like
you,
will,
what makes your life easier. I think if we get to that more, then we start losing the pettiness. You know what I mean? But I guess in real life, as opposed to talking about it online, is two different things. But I don't know. It just seems like it's getting a lot, it's getting more petty and more petty as you hear these conversations. And I just think that we need to get back to the humanity of it all and really
I
what
agree.
works in your
I
relationship.
definitely agree.
Yeah, I'm talking
Kev,
to
I'm gonna get
somebody
so
else
mad
jumping
at
in.
you for these damn freaking conversations.
Mr. Gemini, are you still here? Or Gemini, are you still here?
Yeah,
Yes, somebody get in this because
Okay.
I've been talking too much.
Gemini, where you at, man? Gemini to you after that cyber.
oh, oh, yeah. The guy was like, something about husbands.
Oh, he did get so deep. He done left up out of here. He was supposed to be asking his question.
Finally, Jen gets to
Yeah, but
talk.
I think that I don't think that you should be able to call yourself a man if you aren't capable of taking care of and being responsible for yourself. And to be a husband, you have to not only be able to be responsible and take care of your. Oh,
Love
did
you
y'all
there muting people. What's happening?
hear any of that?
No, sir. We heard
I heard part of it.
3, 4, 5 words, and that's it.
Okay. But yeah. Okay.
Tim,
So
hey,
you,
I was
you have
gonna
to.
gift you and I accidentally hit mute.
Mm-mm,
I
nah, I
was
don't want to
like,
hear it. Nope, nope, too late. Hold her
I
accountable.
was getting ready to gift you.
No, I was just saying that.
At least I'm honest.
One, to be a man, you have to be responsible and capable of taking care of yourself. And then to be a husband, you have to be not only be responsible and capable of taking care of yourself, but you also have to be capable and willing to be responsible and take care of others, to include the family that not only that you're born into, but also the family that you create. Right there, and I'm done right there.
I'm so sorry, Jim. You know I love you, my brother.
Don't listen to them. Nah, they both. I remember what Kelsey did to y'all. Both did it on purpose. I need the belt.
No, never,
I'm sorry,
never
dog.
with Jim. Never with Jim. No. But Jim had a lot of gems right now.
Amen. Uh, oh my days. What's the deal? Slimmy in the building. It was. Okay, it was. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. There you go, Kelsey. There you go. Stick your chest out. I was wondering if you going to admit it one day. Even though I forgot about that. Cyber, what you got for us? And then we going to go back to the open panel again.
Where are we exactly? I feel like I came in mid conversation.
Anything that you heard, if you wanted, if something you want to address, what you heard, or we can do we do the first two, or the red one in the first prompt.
Don't the one in red. You don't
Yeah.
really care about kids. Agree. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I understand the issue. Um, my stance is, yeah, I don't think you could reinstate Roe versus Wade. I would say it's impossible. We won't see it in our lifetime.
I wonder where I wrote. Now, how you feel about the topic, though? I know that.
I guess we can go to open panel. I really don't have much to say at the moment.
Oh, okay. For sure.
Ooh, okay. um, so okay, so for the man that left, he left, but when he was talking about, like, I was sitting here and I was just thinking, I think cousin was touching on some things, but I also was just thinking in my mind, because I feel like now this might be a little bit like a sidebar, I guess I can say. I don't know if that makes sense, but like outside of this or whatever. But a lot of times it just came to me, so I just felt like I had to say it. A lot of times when okay, so for a husband, I feel like how a husband can be, or uh, know how to be a husband is through the Bible. God tells the man what to do as the husband, tells the woman what to do and be as the wife. So I'm like, a lot of people, they use like a lot of, like, cause I remember I was going through, like, I was saying like 1912, whatever. But, okay. So when you read it came to me, I'm sounding a whole bunch of crazy, but, it came to me like, this is what came to me. I'm just going to say this, and whoever gathered whatever gems may fall in that mix of this mess is gathering that. But, okay, so it came to me that a lot of people that read the Bible, or read the Bible, sometimes they want to say, okay, God created Adam and Eve first. He created Adam and Eve to be a wife and a husband. He instilled in Adam what it was and what it took to be a husband, instilled in Eve what it was and supposed to be, and it took to be a wife, and for them to be one to come together. Now, that was BC. That was before, that was BC. That was before Christ Jesus, our Lord and Savior, for those who believe. So that was BC. Now, and then all those times, even though God told Adam and how to be and what to do and everything, I guess, you could play telephone and things got misconfused all down the line. So then he sent his only son to come down and say, hey, you're not doing this right. This is not the way that we're supposed to be doing this. And then situations became, the Bible became, and the things that we're supposed to do were very much so told to us and learned that this is what we're supposed to do. Now, what they did after that, okay. But that's how I think, like, gathering up what a husband is supposed to be and what a wife is supposed to be when it comes down to the Bible. And when sometimes I've been thinking, like, people are like, well, in the Bible said this and that. It's like you have to pay attention to the BC and the before Christ and the after Christ, abbreviations that is in the Bible too. Don't know why that came to me, but I'm saying it. Whoever the gems dropped for, that's dropped for you. Because I feel like that has to be known, because I know I hear a lot about that, and people like take the stories of the Bible, twist it, turn it. Oh, this person had all these wives. This person had whatever. God had never said it was okay. Those are stories in the Bible that was used as examples of people's life and what they went through and how God delivered them from it and made their stories to be a testimony, not for you to do it. It's just a testimony on how God delivered them and brought them to higher heights and gave them blessings and stuff of that sort. I don't want to go too deep into that. Okay, gender roles. I'm sounding like Alta, I feel like, but in gender roles, gender roles. Yeah, I heard a little about that. For me in my household, I would like to say most of the time, it is like the men, like my husband, we teaching our son how to do certain things as far as take out the trash and stuff. But I'm with Miss Lovely when she said, like, if I see the trash overflowing, I was raised in the independent household, so I move the couches, I move my living room around. Like sometimes if I want it, I'm like, babe, I need, I can do that. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like sometimes I need you to know that I'm not a weakling. Like I want you to understand that you can do things for me and that makes me feel great. But I also want you to know that you also got another little soldier. I don't got to be a big soldier, but I can be a little soldier by you the king, but I'm the queen. So if you can't do it, it's going to get done. Like, so if he don't do it, it will get done. It will happen. But 9 times out of 10, he'll do it. Flowers and roses. This statement, I love that Mr. Cousin has said. He was saying something about like the flowers and the roses and not being able, like, you see this big house and stuff and you're like, oh, this house is nice and this and that. That's like in marriages. Yes, it's supposed to be beautiful. You have the flowers and the roses and everybody's like, oh, I want flowers and roses. You want the flowers and the roses, but you don't want to maintain them. And if you don't maintain those flowers and roses, what happens? They wither away. They unalive. And now you got to dig up all the dirt and everything. Take your time to plant and admire for the little time you admired, but you didn't replace your soul. You didn't give them a bigger pot to blossom and grow in. You didn't give them the right sunlight. You didn't give them the right water to grow. So that's what we have to think about with marriages. Like, everybody want flowers and roses. Oh, well, he didn't give me them flowers and roses or this love and that. Everything needs certain things to maintain it. Everything in your life you have to maintain, and you have to think about that when it comes down to relationship and marriages. You should want your relationship to be a marriage, but when you're married, you have to maintain it. Water it, give it the right sunlight, do what you got to do by it, and it will grow, it will blossom, and give you the hollering Tyler. I'm sorry if y'all heard that, but that was squeaking in my ear. But husband and wife was made. Okay, and then too. A lot of people want to talk about marriage. Some people I hear on different platforms, not just this or anything of nobody in general, but a lot of things I hear people talk about marriage and stuff. God ordained marriage, so it's like, that's why I say he tells us what we should be as a husband and what we should be as a wife. So if you feel like you're confused about what you should be, I feel like follow God's path. He never steers you wrong. And I don't feel like you can go wrong with that. Like, he tells you what it is that he expects for a wife to be and what it is he expects for a husband to be. And you work that into your marriage. Understand this is a new time and age and date, but not everything is to be every little thing in the Bible. Like, you read it to understand and to get the gems out of it. And yeah, some people use it for a weapon, but it's just used to be a guidance to what God ordained for us. So right now, yeah, I land. I hope all that made sense. I'm sorry, I try to wrap it up in one big bow.
No, beautiful, beautiful. I'm glad that you're able to expand on that. I think it was beautiful with it, that you brought up the difference between, because even if you look at it biblically, I've always heard this from like a lot of women where they say, oh, I want a man of God. I want a man who's emotional. I want a man who's precious and has all this kindness. It's like, are you a woman of God too? So like you were saying, Sims, is it, there's different expectations that God wants maybe from us that he wants from a man. And there's many Bible verses that go into that. You know, even if you look at First Corinthians, and I put that in there, you know, so I don't know. This is, I think a lot of people are putting many expectations upon the flesh, upon things outside of them, and they're not looking to God first to actually. Where is your faith truly at?
Yes, ma'am. Because God would lead you to be that husband that you're supposed to be. He tells you
Mm-hmm.
what you're supposed to be. He tells he tells the man. He tells the man what he's supposed to be. He tells the wife what she's supposed to be. So if you're reading that Bible and you're going through that, then you will find the wife that you're supposed to find, and you will be the husband you're supposed to be. Like, that's how I look at it. Like, I don't know. Like, I can't even explain it. Only thing I can say is I'm so grateful. I am so grateful, and I'm blessed, and I'm unworthy. But I am so grateful, and I am so blessed that it's just like sometimes it's like I can't even explain to other people how you can find it, because then it's like I'm hit with to me it's like a brick wall when they're like, oh, I don't believe in that. Like, oh, you don't believe in your Lord Jesus Christ as your Lord. I don't know what to tell you, because I'm gonna tell you what I did, but that probably ain't gonna help you because you don't have the faith I have, or you're not gonna do the things I did because we're not intertwined with what we believe in. And I believe that God sent my husband directly to me, not because I was sitting on the couch. I feel like, yeah, I had to do a little bit of something to get him to come to me, but at the same time I thank God that he did come to me. And I thank God that what was told to me at the time, it was hard. I cried and I didn't want to do it, but I had to let things go. I had to do a lot of things to be prepared for this. And even when I got in, I still wasn't prepared for it. And I still had to cry in the midst of it and be like, God, you put me here. What am I doing here? Am I supposed to be here? And time again, I've been told, yes, yes. Now shut up, sit down and hush. Like, yeah, you supposed to be here and you supposed to get all this stuff that you're getting right now. A mirror reflection, all this stuff. So it's like, but a lot of people can't take that. Oh, he wasn't the right one for me. He's doing this, he was doing that, he was doing this, but you don't have no accountability on yourself and how you was raised, and recognizing it was wrong, and recognizing what God told you to do and how he told you to be. So yeah, like it takes a lot. And I be rocking with some of these women, but I'm just like, but you gotta be willing. You got to be willing to yourself, because you build up that wall. You have to be willing to knock it down and to cry about it and to let it out. If you got to go in the corner by yourself and say, babe, I just need a minute, you go do that. Go lash it out. Go talk to a therapist. Go do whatever it is you need to do to get it up off you. Pray, ask God for more help, more sight, whatever the case. Go do that so you can get it up off you, because if you don't, it can be the end of everything that God has planned for you. And yes, God do give us free will. You either gonna go the right way or you gonna go the wrong way. And when you go the wrong way and things don't work out, don't blame him. But a lot of people like to. I land with that. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna listen. Mr. Kev,
Preach.
I thought you was frozen for a moment. I was saying, oh, Mr. Kev, you frozen. Am I frozen? You was
I was
staring.
listening to you, Sims. We got you, my mama. I love it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful.
All right, y'all ready to get on the man? Let's get to my favorite part. Oh no, we
What's your
haven't did the
favorite part?
so first off, we're gonna put this in the air. Let's get to it. Do you believe God is more pro-life or pro-choice, and why? And explain. Let's go
Who you gonna
ahead,
go first?
cousins. You can go, cousins, and then we're gonna go up.
Shit. All right. Honestly, I believe that he's both because, in my opinion, you can't be omnipotent if you have a side. So I think that it's all here for a reason. So my only common sense answer would be it would have to be for both. And I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna sit on that for a minute.
Okay, that's what she said. But yeah, okay, okay.
And she liked it, and she
Oh my
liked it.
god. Kev, I swear on my life, every time you do that.
What you got, lovely? You next. Do a zigzag.
Wait, which one was? Oh, the pro-choice one.
Yeah, do you believe God is
Yeah.
more pro-life or pro-choice? Why and explain.
Um, I'm kind of with cousins on this, only because I think a free will and I think a free choice is like, but are
So let
your
me word it in a different
intentions
way
for
for everybody,
God?
so that everybody be on the same thing. So pro. They don't mean that either one of them is excluded, right?
No,
Pro. I
nothing's
look at the word
excluded.
pro as in prioritize. What do he prioritize first, or what? Just like in real life,
I'm
when we say
no,
pro-life or
no, 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 no,
pro-choice.
no, no. I'm gonna. I'm not gonna
What?
hug a lion on this one. I'm not. Pro is for. You're for life or you're for choice.
Yeah, you
So
can say that too.
if you're for life, are you gonna get the abortion or are you gonna remove something from you? Or are you for choice? It's the choice that you make whether you're for life or for not choice or for not the life. So see how it kind of like conflicts.
So
No, I don't. I know exactly
I,
my choice, but
I would say this.
But you know your
I know what
choice.
God prioritize, and it
But
shows. I'm,
maybe
I'm gonna explain later, though.
So lovely. So
okay, but
so to
maybe your
that.
choice didn't choose life. But we're going off of God aspect, right? But hold on, because you got to
It's
say
just more.
if
It's just
you
an opinion. It's
believe
just what the
God
belief
is
is.
more. If I believe God is more pro-life or pro-choice, I need to go more for what God wants me to do, not for my choice. Sometimes I make bad choices. Sometimes I make sometimes I don't choose life. Look, why do we
Gotcha.
have prisons? Why do we have murders? Like, why do we have all that stuff? So no, I need to go for what the Most High says. And so look at if you were to put if you were to, well, why can't we call it pro God?
Because he's
Well,
not by
let me.
himself. He's not by himself
So,
first.
so let
Obviously.
me say this, right? With your new with the new perception that you put out, Kev, I would say I'm gonna go with pro-choice. And the only reason I'm
Okay.
gonna say that is because
Thank
I think
you. That's
that the
where I want to
idea.
go.
No, I'm just saying because what the whole doctrine of salvation is making the right choice.
Yep.
Like that is his whole premise
That
is
was
if you want
exactly.
everlasting life, because life is not about this plane. Life is everlasting, right? Life in heaven is nothing about this earth. So life on earth, I don't think would be as high a priority as making the right choice while you're on this earth. So
Yeah.
see, I'm trying, I'm fucking with you so that, so we can last the conversation out.
Mm-hmm.
but,
No,
but I'm gonna
cousin,
go with
I
choice for
want to
that one.
add,
That's where I'm gonna go unless somebody else
Okay.
get on it.
cousin, I want to add on to that because if you think about it, you can make a choice to end somebody else's life. You know what I mean? That's just like with Kevin's first red question. You can make a choice to end somebody else's life. You can make a choice to M somebody or to pew pew somebody or to unalive somebody. So now we've got this pro life and we've got this pro choice. So is your choice, to be able to protect people, to be able to make sure that you don't harm people, or is it to or if you're going to be that weird crazy like sociopath or psychopath or person that just doesn't give a crap about other people, so is it really pro life and pro choice? Your choices don't just affect you. That's what you should put first, but they affect other people.
Okay. All right. Gemini, what you got? You believe a lot. You believe God is pro-life and pro-choice, and explain.
Um, I think, in the beginning, he was more pro life. Um, but then, like the life that he created kind of, messed things up a little bit. And then he diverted a little more to pro-choice because he actually, I mean, true indeed, he laid out commandments for us to follow and or a way of life for us to go about things. Um, but at the end of the day, he gave us choice. He gave us freedom of choice to, decide, if we wanted the easy road or if we wanted the hard road. And I don't think that he would have gave us pro-choice, or I don't think he would have gave us freedom of choice if he didn't lean more towards pro-choice. That's all.
Okay. Cyber Bunny.
Yeah, I wanted to know when it comes to this question, are you referring to like reproductive rights or are you just referring to like unaliving in general? Like, I don't understand.
Uh, um, I'm referring to, do you believe is God more for life or people making choices? That's just a general thing.
Oh yeah, more towards people making choices.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the whole, I mean, yeah.
Okay. All right. I feel like I'm trying to skip some people I know that's probably gonna answer it. And I like your answer, but I'm about to hide your answer though. Um, uh, I think Ray came in before Kelsey, so no, let me go. Nah, Nate answered this early, so I want to skip over her. I want to go back. I'm gonna do Nate last. So we're gonna do Ray, Kelsey, C, then Nate. I know y'all answers.
Yo.
Uh, go ahead, Ray.
All right. I'm gonna make it quick. Obviously, he pro-choice. I ain't never seen nothing in the Bible that really signified God was pro-life.
Oh
Like
boy,
nothing.
I can't wait to hit you with some stuff. Then, all right.
Nothing. I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Because of how imperfect a lot of God's disciples were, and because of a lot of things I've seen them actively participate in, and God was like, "Nah, they cool." I could and because it was in the name of God. That
Mm-hmm.
lets me know God was pro-choice. That's just my opinion.
Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. That's all. Dang, I seen y'all some of y'all answers. I was trying to avoid some of y'all, but I guess we're gonna end it like this. Then Kelsey, go ahead. Then CC, then Nay.
Okay, hello, good evening, panel. Happy to be here. Um, I believe that God Himself is pro-life. Do I think that He did give us free will to make choice? Absolutely, but He wants us to make the correct choice, which would be
Mm,
pro-life. So that's my simple answer.
okay. CC.
Okay.
After Nay go, I'm gonna
Well,
get my answer. Then we can do open panel because I'm about to tell y'all the reason why.
okay.
We
So
about to
I
even this
believe.
playground out. I just noticed that whole right side was more poor choice. I just noticed that, and never mind except for this. We about to discriminate, so I'm not talking. But
On
go
the
ahead,
other side.
CC.
But I want to say that I believe that God is pro-life. Yes, in his message, He gives you choices. He gives you right or wrong. But we can't forget about the commandments. Thou shalt not unalive. So I believe that He is pro-life. He is not pro-choice. He gives us options, yes, but He's not with all of that. Like he's pro. He's more pro-life. And then when it come down to like I guess the guy said something about oh, never mind, that's open panel. But yeah, I believe he's pro-life and not pro-choice because he said thou shalt not unalive. So he's pro-life more than he is pro-choice. He does give you choices, but it's one of his commandments to not unalive. So pro-life. Say that.
All right. Nay. Nay, you there? Oh, she just got that comment and she'd ask you.
Okay, so he is definitely more pro-life because, me personally, like, I think, like, he's more pro-life than pro-choice. And, like, even, like, with the Bible, like, I just don't think, like, he's, like, more pro-choice. And, like, even, like, with, like, the scriptures, like, because I feel like, with, like, the scriptures, with, like, the scripture,
What's that noise?
Paul some, and, like, Luke, and, like, some other ones, like, it's like he's more pro-life than, like, pro-choice. So, yeah.
Okay. So it's about 4, maybe 3 people that said pro. The rest of the people said pro choice. All right.
Like, but I just feel like, but hold on, Kev. Like, but I do feel like that some people, like, are kind of saying, like, that he, like, that, pro-choice because that he, give, like, free will or something. So, yeah.
That's what I just mentioned, Nate, on that free will and that free choice. And
You don't just slide up in there like that. I gotta go after she goes. It's over. We ain't open pen on your head.
okay,
Y'all
Kev
choices
got
had y'all
something.
choice to do with y'all.
I got you.
Is you done, Nate? Because I'm about to say mine, and then we can start the open panel after that.
Yeah, you can go.
All right, so we got what 1, 2, 3 people, at least 3 people so far that's pro. That's he believe he's pro life, and then 5, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 5 people believe he's pro choice. So I guess I can add one. I'm 2 points on this side, so I'm not talking about because we losing right now. I'm pro. I believe he pro life. And just like you said, scripture, right? I think almost all the scripture it shows that he's more about your life than your choices, because even sin, that's the number one thing. The sins or the commandment was always something that was trying to protect us to live like even when he say like if you realize it, it'd be like if you don't do this, you're gonna end up in death. It's gonna be the option of unalive, and I'm trying to think of clean way or whatever. But sin itself, that's the reason why sin is a sin. If you notice that it goes against the way we live, unalive and lust, greed, all that stuff, it get us to hurt each other. And he don't want us hurting each other. Gluttony, if you look at all the sins, they affect us in some type of way. And he loves us so much, even though he wants us to make choices, right? But the choices got to go based off of the choices is basically prioritizing that he wants us to live. That's what he wants us to do. So they don't mean that it exclude the next one. It don't mean I said more. The key word was more. Is he more pro life? I didn't say only, right? Is he more pro life or pro choice? I think I will 100%. I 100% believe that he just like when somebody told their story, not story, but their testimony about that she was even trying to abort the child. I mean, not abort it. She tried to what's the word? She did the pill, she did the shot, she did all this stuff, and the kid came around, and she still prioritized her kid's life over her. Right? So she, even though she made the choice, though, right, but she still saved their life off that choice. Even though some people got the choice to take the life, right? But what I meant by that is that hey, what the heck was I getting to about that? Is that not the kid get the chance to live or whatever. So I think he wants us to live. That's the point of us being made, right? He created life. You know what I'm saying? So he chose life. He started off with life. He didn't have to make us. He could have been making all his choices. If he was pro himself, right, just like we were saying earlier, he would have just been here by himself if that was the case. He don't need nobody else though. So, but I believe he just is like love. It's love in a way. If we want to say pro love, so I don't know. I'm talking shit. But in love, you got to spread it, right? You got to have connection or whatever. You know, can't just love yourself only. I don't think that's how that works. Some people do be trying to do that, but everybody needs somebody. If God needed us to a certain extent, he don't really need. I wouldn't say like that, but he needed us for communication or needed us for connections, right? Instead of being by himself or being. I mean, he all things though, but I'm just saying that it's a connection. It's a connection by him creating us. But overall, if you look at the sins, if you look at what he prioritizes just us living, us being saved, us being, all that stuff got to deal with life, just life itself. It is not about, even though he wants us to make the choices to get to know him. I mean, that's what he kind of created us to show our nature, right? Of what we would choose to do if we have freedom of, if we had freedom of choice. I mean, we do got freedom of choice, but he's gave us a life to show us what we're gonna do in life. So he wanted us to live. That's what he prioritizes us living. That, I mean, overall, like, I don't know. I mean, that's the best way I can put it. He prioritized. So he gave us a chance to live, to make choices. But it's like the life have to come. That's what I mean. Like, he's more about us living than not living to do what we want to do, but he's more about us living. So that's the reason why I believe he's pro-life. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even think he want us. Even if we would talk about the abortion, I don't think he want abortions. Why would he support stuff like that? I highly doubt that he would care. Like, even if he see like people get great. I know you gonna say people see use that stuff or whatever, but I think he will prioritize the child's life more than anything. If he can save both of them, right? Because things supposed to go a certain way, but he's going to choose life over anything. That's the reason why unaliving is a sin, just like she was mentioned before. All that stuff, like all these things, he want us to live. He didn't just create us, want us here just to just to take our own life. I mean, I highly doubt that. But yeah, I 100% believe me myself that he would be more pro life than anything.
Yeah, I wanted to say too, because of the simple fact that he gave his only son to unalive on the cross for our
To say
sins,
the rest of it,
so
right?
that we can be forgiven to have for everlasting life if we
Or
believe on the mustard
yeah.
seed of faith. Yeah, so he's pro life. Like, he wants us
It's
to
too
live.
many. It's too many. That's why when he says scripture, it's too many scriptures that show that he for life. Even though we make
Are
choices.
you
So,
okay? So are you ready?
there
Are
was.
you ready to be proven wrong?
Go
Just
ahead.
let me know whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to mention
Like,
something.
he's
The
definitely
reason why
pro-life.
I
Oh, I'm ready.
Prove
Look,
us wrong,
We
cousin.
can make
prove
this
me
a
wrong.
conversation. Let's
Well,
get it.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah. We
all
gonna poke the
right,
bear.
let's go.
Look, we gonna poke the bear. We gonna poke the bear. Now,
Literally.
let me put out first of all and say this is not necessarily my personal beliefs. We just having a conversation. But listen, okay, what is the only one guarantee in this life that God gave you?
life
No,
Choice.
and
Choice.
unaliving.
is that it will end.
Yeah.
So that's number one.
Yeah.
Okay? If life was so important, why will it always end?
Because of
If
the
life, hold on, I'm just gonna throw all this out so then we can all unpack it. Because this is just to make it fun. If life was the main priority or the biggest priority, why would we be unaliving so many over stupid things?
I was just.
Off a choice.
If, again, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said the choice. Why is it the only way into eternal life is to make the choice to go to God? Because
Yeah.
if you don't make that choice, you don't get life. So what I'm saying is, life on this planet this is not the end all. This is the pass through. So why would life on the pass through be more important than the decision for your eternal? That in itself just doesn't make sense. We can bring out scriptures, we can bring out whatever, but the whole
Mhm.
premise of the religion, the whole premise of belief and having faith is to make the right choice so that you can have
So you can what?
ultimate life. But the life,
Right.
hold on, life on this planet is what we're talking about, right? Because you have that now, because that's what we have to specify. We're talking about living and breathing, which is a finite thing that most people are only gonna get 80 years of.
True.
Now, if that's the case in history, why is it that the number of unlives are greater than what's living? Why is it that in the Bible, in everything that we know, he himself has taken the most lives of history? No, nobody else unalive nobody. So life is a tool, is what I'm saying. I think that life is the segue, but it only happens if the choice is made. And that's why I say that the choice has to be the most important because it comes first before the life.
Mm.
Matter of fact,
Do
you got to
angels
choose
have
to
choices?
even have a life to even make your life. So there's choice just ended up again. See what I'm saying? So if we're saying which was more, and we got to go 51%, that's all I need, right? 51% to be more? That be that's all I need, 51%? I'm gonna take 51% on choice. I'm gonna let y'all. I mean, and again, I'm throwing it out there so y'all we can have something to talk about. But y'all take it away.
Yeah, I wanted
Let's
to.
But
get it.
I also
I
wanted to
wanted to.
mention something, and the reason why I disagree and say he is pro-life is because a lot of people are throwing out, these
What? You
scriptures.
switched? Okay.
Well, no, I said I believe he's more pro-choice than anything. I think he bends his rules on the way he fits, on how he sees just. It might not make sense to us. You can look in the story of Job, how he says, like, I just don't get it. But I think this is all part of God's plan that is so complex that it's very hard for our human minds to understand. But people can throw scriptures all day saying, well, he told us not to unalive others, therefore he must be pro life. No, no, no. He's telling us to be pro life. That doesn't mean he is pro life. He wasn't pro life when it came to the situation of Egypt at all. He had a choice to make. He absolutely had a choice to make. He didn't have to make that choice, but yeah, he did. But I think it's because within our human capacity, we see the end of our lives as one of the most, like, it's either scary, worrisome. We wonder, like, what really comes next. There's always that what if I'm actually wrong? What if what if, there is a heaven or there is something else, but what if I don't get to be there, right? It can be quite scary, but yeah, when I look at all of the examples, I think God just bends his rules the way he sees fit because our human minds cannot understand the reason behind it.
Okay. Wait, before you
Cyber
go, I want to
Buddy,
just say this real quick. I'm trying to
MVP.
drop.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I
Okay.
want to drop this one bomb, and I'm gonna let my hand pass it over. Though, since you just went
Okay.
that angle, I'm gonna go to the top one.
Wait.
Since you said that, right? Since you saying he's, I don't know if you saying, I don't know what you really said on that one. I don't know if you said he was pro life or pro choice, but I know you were saying what countered the pro life, but I didn't hear you really say what was made him more pro choice. But since we said, I'm just gonna say this simple: if he wasn't so pro life, why make it? I'm just gonna end it with that, and that's all I've got to say. Go
Okay.
ahead, Cece.
So
If
I
he
want
was
to
so
say.
pro-life, why end it?
Okay, you're right. So when Miss Cyber, when you brought up, because this, I love like the Egypt part. Okay, so when you brought up that part, and then we kind of somewhat know the story, the Prince of Egypt. I don't know if that's the way you was going with that. Okay, so I believe he was pro life in that because he told everyone what to do. He told Moses to go around, to go around and tell everyone what they were supposed to do. He was pro-life for those who believed in him and his word. And see that it's like little things that we don't seem to click in the puzzles and the pieces for the ones who believed in him. Put the red sign on top of your door because he's coming around and he's coming to swipe your firstborns of your sons. Is that what you were going with that? Where you said Egypt?
Oh, well, yeah, I was going with that, and let me click it for you, because why on earth did he have to go that far to take the lives of children in Egypt?
because
Why
what
did he
he
have to
because
go that way? It
okay,
doesn't
so
make any sense. No,
okay,
because
so
he
what
isn't, because again, he it really isn't pro-life. He bends the rules the way that he sees fit. I'm a Christian. Here's the
okay,
crazy
so
thing. I believe he does it because it's a more complex plan that we can actually ever understand, or and it sometimes doesn't make sense, and
I hear
it's not
you. I hear
rational
you
to
keep
our
saying
okay,
mind,
that, but
look,
make
I
what
don't
right?
make
like
him more
arguing about the
pro-life?
Bible.
But
I mean, what
But
make him more
look.
pro-choice
but the
then?
reason, okay, because if he wanted to make a point to the Pharaoh, he didn't have to take the
But
lives of
but
so many
listen,
innocent
I hear you
but
saying
people.
about
He
taking
but
life,
think
but
could
why
have
you
about
not
it.
just
saying what
targeted.
make him more pro-choice though? You can't keep
But
saying
this
what don't make him pro. What's it called? But you're not saying what makes him pro-choice though.
What makes him
Yes, you
pro-choice?
didn't. You never said that yet. You have not said. You keep saying why he's not pro-life, but you're not saying what makes him pro-choice.
Well, what is your definition of pro-choice when it comes to
Is do he
God? Because there's a difference
prioritizing making
from
choices over life?
prioritize making choice. Well, he does make the choice, doesn't he? In the end of the day, he made the choice
he
to
makes the
target
choice.
Egypt. Yeah,
But
he
okay,
made the
so
choice.
yes, he does, but that doesn't have anything to do with us. But at the same time, what I'm talking about when it came down to Egypt and that story right there, he yes, he did. He made that choice or he made those decisions because what he saw that was going on, he saw that it was wrong. So that was somewhat of his way of getting rid of the wrong, the evil doing, the devil's doing. So he was going to and like when you read to understand, you kind of get it because those who want to listen and those who want to hear understands and obeys. But those who refuse to understand and or those who refuse him will not obey. And for those who do not obey is already unalive to him anyways because who are you to me? You don't even recognize me. You don't even know me. You don't even love me. So it's not that
Yeah,
it's not that he's a when we think of Father God, He is a dad. And at the end of the day, how dare you spit in your father's face and say you're nothing to me when I done gave you everything? And I'm trying to save you, and I'm trying to tell you, don't go in the forest. Listen to me, don't go in the forest. And you say, forget that, I'm gonna go in the forest. Okay, I'm telling you not to go in the forest because I know I seen a big black bear back there. And if you go back there where the bear is at, you're gonna be unalive. But hey, my hands is off that. That's your choice. But when he
yeah.
told those people to go ahead and put that stuff on their windows and their walls and pray and whatever they had to do, those people that believed didn't have to worry about their child getting swiped. He didn't swipe everybody. He swiped the ones who did not believe and who mocked him and laughed in his face. Ooh, see, this is why I don't like get look. I'm on this panel.
But
I'm
see,
on this
this is why
panel.
God is pro God. It's not pro choice or pro life. It's pro
Exactly.
obedience. And I think that's what the point is. It's like, okay, so I was just reading about Joshua, right? When Joshua was sent to unalive old boy because he was disobedient during the raid and they weren't supposed to take anything. And he told Joshua to pretty much take out a can and stone his whole family. Not just the can, but his whole family, the donkeys, the goats, the cows, everybody, because that whole family was now tainted. Everything about that family was now disobedient. So it was about disobedience. Everything that God has done has always been about disobedience. It's not necessarily just been about like, oh, I don't like people no more. You know, the flood, disobedience. What Moses did in Egypt, that was about, Egypt, because we serve a jealous God. So Egypt was following all kinds of sorceries and gods. So what happens there? People get taken out. So it's not necessarily about, if he's pro-life, that means because he created life, so he's pro-life, obviously, right? So it's not pro-choice because he could take it away. He's pro-God. It's about what you do with those choices, and it's about the obedience that you serve to him because he is a jealous God.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
pro
that's
Can
God
what
is
I'm
I
not even a
trying
choice.
to
let me
It's
that's
say
what
not
I'm
even an
something
trying
on
option
to
that?
up there though.
Let me
But
say
understand.
something to that real quick.
Okay,
Because
no,
I understand what he's saying there, but the obedience is what gives you eternal life. So he's still pro-life at that point. So your
But
point
I
that's
got too many
makes
things for that
sense.
too. I swear.
Yeah,
but
well,
Sorry.
that's
that's
not what
about
he's
if you think
obedience.
about
asking.
it,
Wait, that
Kelsey,
has nothing to do with
Kelsey,
the
Listen to me,
question.
so you can have
There wouldn't be
I'm
everlasting.
such
still
thing as
good.
sin. I'm gonna put it that way.
Hold
Why is
on,
there such thing
Sims.
as sin then if you're not pro life?
Hold on, because I know Kevin's gonna lay this down, but I love what Ray was talking about and how Kelsey like dropped into that. If you think about it, look at the obedience of God that we're supposed to have. Look, it's like a child. And look at what we're trying to, many of us have conversations about children. and how they're supposed to come up and be disciplined and be raised up in a guidance and in a love, in a compassion, in a kindness or agape love, unconditional love. We can get rid of all the anger and all that stuff. It's the same thing with what you all of you just brought up right now.
But I think this is where I pointed out in the very beginning, right? We're not questioning how he sees us. We're questioning his belief more than anything. Do you believe God is more pro-life or pro-choice?
Right.
He is giving us the choice, and he prefers
He
us
gave
to
us
be
life to
pro-life
make
than
choices.
anything, right? He's
What I
preferring.
said
Okay,
earlier,
wait,
Kev.
hold up. This is what the thing I want you to understand, right? He is giving us the choice. He prefers for us to go into the path of life, but we're questioning him, and we cannot use scriptures that say, "Oh, he's telling us not to unalive, therefore he's pro-life." No. He's telling us to do that, right? And that's why I agree with Ray. He is more of pro God than anything, and he will bend those rules as he seems fit. Because again,
What did
it's
that
a
mean?
more complex idea. Meaning he could tell us to do one thing and he could do the opposite because he's God. In the end of the
Do
day, he's
y'all
all
know what pro
powerful.
mean? I don't know. Right.
Well,
Just,
So
that's why I
if he's
want you
pro
to
God, then why
define
make
it.
this? That don't make
Can you give
sense.
some examples of when he has
But
contradicted himself? I guess
but
I
see,
personally can't
even
think of
if
one off
well,
the top head.
even if he did,
yeah.
as even parents, we do that with our children. We may say, "Do as I say and not as I do," and some people say, "Oh, that's
Because we
not
care about
right."
their life.
But exactly, we know we flaw. We know we got things that's going on, but you're not in control. So because we're not God and we don't know the ins and the outs of somebody's future and their past and everything else. So yes, he might swipe a couple of people, but you don't know what he does with those
Checkmate.
souls. Oh, those people. And it's like, for me, it's like more so like, okay, diving in a little bit deeper, it's like you don't know, like, okay, if God is telling you to do this, do that, and all these things. Now, what are these souls that he is saying, okay, you was right, you was doing right in the world? We know in the Bible it tells us only a certain amount of people is going to make it to heaven. Okay, so if he's collecting, he might be collecting these souls, giving us a rerun, a rerun, a rerun, a rerun. That's how I think. I think no souls is new souls. I think all of us are reruns, reruns, and reruns. I think we're reruns, and when we come and we do these certain things and everything else, if we do little bad things, we go straight to the pit. We already there because look, you done did a thing. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we get some time. I don't know, but I also think that maybe we don't. I don't know, but I feel like there's only a certain amount of souls that is made, and God has given us an opportunity until that number that is reached to meet it up to be able to go up to heaven that He says is in the Bible. Then up until that number is reached, then that's when everything will come to head and everything
Yes.
will be what it is. So it's like we sit up and we argue about, oh, well, he's like our parent. Don't do as I say. Do as I say.
I
Don't do
wanna
as I did because you're not me. Do what I
Could I
say.
just say one thing before you get in that, Kev?
Yes, sir.
I
Because,
wanted before
because,
because she had said something about that number. I just wanted to talk about that part though. About that, I want to not debunk it, but it's not a certain number. It's not. I know they mentioned about the 144, and I hear a lot of people keep rocking with that though. But if you look at the scripture, those are all them are just special chosen people, right? And they're all men, right? They're all men. I just brought the scripture up yesterday and explained it. That's why a couple people just didn't even say nothing because they didn't realize that though. And we push this thing out, make it seem like that God has a limit. No, he really, if you look at it, God really wants to save everybody. That's his wish. That's his wish. It's not a certain number because I know they say 144. I see a lot of different religions. They might say that, but the 144 are men that are, and it's virgin men at that, right? It say not on the scripture. I think it's in Revelations too. It say they were not what you call it with women. They were not defiled by women, right? AKA they were virgin men.
Right.
So it already exclude women. So we know that it can't be true on that. So it had to be some type of use of these chosen people.
Okay.
So them just, them are people like they part of the 12 disciples that they mentioned, right? The 12
Mhm.
disciples that everybody mentioned, that's why everybody's fighting for, I'm part of this disciple and all that stuff. These, at the end of the day, them, and even if it was limited to them 144,000, What make think anybody from today is think they that special to make it to that 140? That's a very small number out of the billions of people that been on this earth. That means the rest of the people will be, if they was looking at it that way, the rest of the people will be going to hell. And
Right.
and then who said that hell is that much bigger than heaven? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
Well, you
everybody be
Yeah.
thinking about it, and I don't know. I was always that person that thought on the outside. That's why I always be like doing my own research because I'm like some of that stuff just don't
I
make
think
sense.
it's
Like they
like,
don't even give nobody a chance. And
yeah.
why make these many people just to send them to hell?
I need to
And then I
start
like to
doing
look
that
up
too,
all the
Mr.
scriptures of how he operates and stuff. Like, no, we be trying to send people to hell as quick as
exactly.
we can, just because
Yeah.
I'm
A
like,
lot of
dang.
people,
Yeah.
a
And
lot
I
of
need
people be trying to tell God what he needs to do,
what they ain't
and
gonna
with
do.
that 144,000, think about remember when he talked about like the 7 days created the earth. It was 1,000 days. It was 1,000 days. So maybe those 144,000 was, what if you multiplied that by, by something else?
But
It's like the same thing. It's
yeah,
like,
and it is, and I agree with you, Mr. Kevin. And I need to start diving more deeper, but I really don't. I don't like to dive into like what I believe because what I believe is more so like me talking to God, and then me having dreams and things that I've seen, and
Gotcha.
like me just having a relationship personally with God. But I do need to do more reading and book work into it so that I can have a bigger, stronger. But that don't mean for nobody to attack me because my God is real. That's my Lord. But
right,
because
That's
I
right,
right.
rock with him, I
Sims.
don't care. But
Right.
at the end of the day, it's like I do understand what you're saying, Mr. Kev. I get that, and I do also need
I
to.
ain't making this up. I ain't trying to act like it's me. I
No,
just
no, no,
looked up
no.
scripture.
I
That's
do.
all it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
But
And I'm definitely understand where you're coming from, and I do need to do that. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I understand.
so just to put into like a little realism, like I mean, if I go into what makes sense to me, that's different than what may make sense to anybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we might have certain things that we think in common, but like I believe that we are interpreting these things that is best that we can interpret it as humans, right? Because this whole idea that a God, an entity that is all, that is end all, that is everywhere, it is all omnipotent, is jealous. What? That's
Yeah,
retarded.
that makes
I'm
sense.
sorry. I can't say that. I can't say that. I'm sorry. No, that is a human trait. That's a human
No, it
emotion.
makes
You trying
sense.
to tell? How can something that is everything have one emotion or another? That doesn't make sense. He has all. It
There's
is
nothing wrong with
everything.
being jealous, though. You gotta think about
No, no,
that.
no, no, no. Listen
That's
what I'm
what
saying.
you get
That
jealous if
is just
your child do something and you feel like you deserve the
because
love. That's
we
jealousy.
because we are human. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is you can't say that something. Listen,
that comes out of
that's
love.
just
God
no,
is
no, no,
love.
no. That is listen to what I'm saying. That is how we, as a human brain, interprets it. Right? You can't tell me that something that has created everything, the things that you don't even know, the things you could possibly never know, created that. Been there, done that. Everything that we can imagine, he's already been there twice. Like, that is not the simple emotion of jealousy or anger or whatever. That just doesn't even compute. That doesn't even make sense to say, or a gender for that matter. But we, as human, we need to categorize it and we need to have it to where we can understand it. So I think that's how we talk about it. So now, fast forwarding to this question, when we talk about life or choice, I don't think that everlasting life, if you actually make it there, you're not choosing after that in heaven. There's no choices to be made. Everything is
Right there,
perfect.
you go.
So that is not life either. You see what I'm saying? That's a whole nother
You
realm.
living
That's
though, ain't you?
something beyond. Now, so if we're living, we got to talk about earth. And if we're talking about now earthly plane, we can't bring in that other shit, right? So if that's the case, and we're talking about an earthly plane, we're talking about us on this planet now, right? Now we're talking about, okay, the value of human life. Why is life ended so easily? Why is it that I don't believe that life itself is more important than your choice to serve, your choice to choose salvation, right? Your choice, that gets you into everlasting life. Your life right now does nothing but sustain you for 80 years. That's all life does. period. You can try to candy coat the shit. We can try to make it into something else, but all you're doing is breathing oxygen, drinking water, shitting, doing whatever you do until you expire. That's how important your life is right now if we're talking about an earthly plane. But that choice to choose the Heavenly Father, now see, that is what gets you in the gates. And you can't tell me that you surviving for 80 years is more important than you getting into them gates. If you can say that, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, see, I just feel like, what disturbs me now, forgive me because, okay,
Be
um,
fruitful and multiply. That's the reason why he said be fruitful. You
yeah,
could just
be
live
fruitful
life.
and multiply within your marriage. Within your marriage, be fruitful and multiply with the right person within your marriage. I don't mean go out here and be a 3 or 4, but like I just the thing that this is why I don't like, because my godmom told me before she passed away, two things don't get into a debate about is politics
And
and
religion.
religion. Yeah. So I try to take that to heart. But then, like, my husband was like, well, God says if you deny him outside, you deny him. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I be conflicted sometimes. And then sometimes I'm like, let me stand up for something or fall for anything. But anyways, I feel like I don't like the fact that when, like I said, people use and they manipulate and they twist the Bible into like their own scenarios, and it's not for anyone. I don't think I heard that, Mr. Cousin. I don't want. I know I just came after you, so I don't want you to think I'm coming for you. That's why I'm saying that. But I don't like that. So it's like when I hear people like, oh, where in the Bible it said this and that, a lot of the things that happen in the Bible is just stories. That doesn't mean that God was okay with David having many, I think it was David
Right.
had wives.
Wives and all that.
It's
Yeah.
just stories. There are stories to tell you about what happened and how it happened and what God did to deliver him from that situation.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
you follow their path. Like, no, God commandments was what it was, and that's what he meant. He meant what he said. Just like a parent, when I tell my child or my children to do something, that's what I meant. I meant what I said. I didn't mean anything else. But what I said, sit down, sit right there, don't move. That's what I meant. I didn't mean because now you see this and that and over here and over. No, no, no. Don't worry about none of that. Focus on what I told you to do. And yes, it's hard, and God knows that we're imperfect, and He understands all those things. But that's why He give us the freedom to be able to repent. And repent means to turn away from your sin. It doesn't mean to every time you sin to keep on doing the same sin over and over again and praying about it. And, oh, this is no, repent and turn away from your sin. My husband had to taught me, had to teach me that part a little bit. I knew it, but he had to like instill that in my brain cells. Let me stop,
But
cause
that's
yeah,
why he gave us a life.
yeah, exactly.
Period.
Like,
Like
That's
I
just
know
like
that's
the
right.
fetuses. Speaking of that, it's fetuses that didn't get a chance to make choices, right? But they still had a
exactly.
chance to. That's why I tell people to thank God for existing more than life itself. And that's how deep it is. I realize with it, because the simple
And I
fact you got to
do.
exist, you still a spirit. You still something, right? You something to
And
even speak on. So I think that by that in that show that I mean, so many things. I can literally go down this whole list
but
of
see,
of, of
That's a
why
different, but
why
no, but
life
see,
but see,
huh?
hold
but
on.
But
Kev,
I
see,
want
that's
to
a
she
say
ain't
this.
different
talking about
word.
him
I want to
long.
say
Like
this,
she
Mr.
was
Cousin.
like,
I'm sorry. I want to say this one thing, Mr. Kev. The reason why
Coexistence. Maybe I should say that there.
the way that I
Well, yeah,
gravitate towards this is because of the fact that I was told that when my mom had me, she was going to AB me, but she was talked out of the situation, and I know how it feels to be a girl that don't know. I was 18 when I had my first child, so I know the confusion and the upsetness. My daughter is now 15 years old, so I understand the confusion and the upset. Like I get that, so it's like I understand that, like not you don't understand. Like, I'm grateful that my mom brought me to life, and then I'm like, how dare I end a life because my mom brought me to life, and even the situation I had to go through, I'm still grateful for life, and I will, my daughter, she lives a wonderful life, like it's like you never, like you said, and you never really, not like you said, but a little grip of what I got you said. It's like you just never know. Why in a life? You never know what that life is going to be. Like, don't just end a life just because you feel like, oh, this is not. You never know. It
We'll
could
make a
change your
choice.
whole entire life for the
You can
perfect.
choose to do it, but I think he want us.
But
Yeah.
I mean, but see, that's the thing, right? If you said existence, that leads into a whole nother conversation, which I agree, right?
Yes.
If you say life, even if you said everlasting life, I think that would change the conversation,
I think
right?
somebody
But
said
when,
that earlier. That's why his life in there. It's like
but
everlasting life.
no, 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 because that's not the same.
It
When
still
you're
say
talking
life.
about, but you're talking about spirituality. These things have context. They have meaning.
Yes.
But when we conflate everything together, that's when you're gonna have, you know what I mean? Like if you just leave it open to context with no context,
Yeah.
you could take this shit anywhere. You get what I mean? And that's the reason
True.
why I started doing that in the conversation, right? Because I say, all right, well, listen, if that's the case, I can play devil's advocate and say this, and then I'm gonna throw something crazy out, right?
Hmm.
But my point is, if we're talking about God as a spiritual plane, I don't know if we can even discuss simple concepts like this when referring to God, right? But if we're talking about what we think about what he said, now see, that's different. You know what I mean? And I just think that sometimes the context gets kind of convoluted when we're talking, because then the goalposts start moving. Then we start, or should I say the golden gates start moving. You know what I mean? Like depending on what people want to just say this and that, and all of a sudden it's adding into the angels. Next thing you know, we're gonna be talking about, like, it just goes too far because
I
we've
think you
just
using
lost.
examples to prove our point. That's all we doing. I
But
mean,
those
that's all.
examples that's like me
It's the
bringing,
same thing. It's
but it
literally the
ain't.
same thing.
That's what I'm
Why do
saying.
you
It's
believe
not.
he pro-choice and why you believe
Because
he's pro-life?
if that's the case, then we know that life is what? How long is human life? At the absolute max, I think it's 120 years, as they say, right? So let's say that if that's the case, what do we know after 120 years? We don't. It's our belief. It's an assumption. We think
Then you
based
have
on
no
what we
choice or
believe.
life if that's the case. Then that would be nothing. Then if we was thinking about it that way, we
So,
would have neither
right.
one of those.
And that's my point. And that is exactly what I'm saying. So if I change the
So,
context, you see how I just changed that idea of
yeah,
life?
but I'm saying
That's
we
all.
know it's got to be a broader thing. Besides that, it's like
We
basically
don't
what
know
do he
that.
prioritize?
Shit, that's what make the conversation good, because we don't know
Yeah,
that. You see what I'm saying? Like, we
yeah,
that's the thing. We over here throwing
I
out
feel you.
ideas just to kind of, I don't want to say
Mhm.
for shits and giggles, because I want everybody to understand that, at least for me, I don't know about anybody else, I am not trying to make anybody believe one thing or another, right? I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to stand on making a point or having rhetoric to support some. This is just for the conversation to explore the ideas. So I don't take it personal. I don't know, somebody says something like attacking. No, because I'm not attacking anybody. I'm not going to take it personal. You know
You
what I mean? It's not
attacking me,
my,
man? Say nothing like
I
that.
know, right? But it's not my actual belief system that I'm talking about. I'm just, getting into the question and using just that as my premise. And so when I do that, sometimes, yeah, we can poke the bear a little bit. But let's see if this was the case. You know what I mean? Let's take it that way. Otherwise, this conversation lasts for 5 minutes and then it's over.
Let's
You know
switch
what I
it up
mean?
then. Let's
So,
do it this way.
yeah, yeah,
Let's do
yeah.
it
Go
this.
ahead.
I know a better way to word this then to make it simple, right? Um, do you believe God want us to choose to live or or just make choices? I put it that way. Yeah, I guess I got to put it in a way, even though they both choices though, right?
I don't think
What
you
do
need
you
a
think he
change.
feel like he more is more important?
To live.
I don't think you need to change the question. I think the question makes perfect sense. I think cousin is playing devil's advocate to try to make the conversation, which is cool. But I also wanted to throw out there, do we really believe that God is unaliving people, or is he holding people accountable? Because he
Right.
tells us time and time again what he expects of us, and you're purposefully choosing not to follow his word. He's giving you options. He's also said he'll forgive you if you choose to change your ways. He's a merciful God. So I don't know where we can sit here and say that he is pro-choice. He is very much pro-life. Yes, he gives us the free will, but he is pro-life. He wants us all to live. He's very
Well,
upset when you don't choose life that he's giving you. And that's when he has to hold you accountable, I believe.
That's why I said
how would
sin.
okay?
Yeah, that's why I
How
mentioned
would
sin
you?
is goes against your
Well,
life.
how would you explain a child born with leukemia and passes away in 8 months? How would you explain innocent people, innocent children, stillborn? How would we
That
explain a
child,
lot of
They
these things?
living.
Can I say
Hold on,
You
hold
got
on,
to
hold
something?
on.
live.
Let me finish. Hold on. What I'm saying is, I don't think that those things are in vain. I think there's a reason. Like if there was never a child that got leukemia, we would never have had the heartstrings pulled to study leukemia to save other children, right? So sometimes those sacrifices have to be made. That way it pushes us as humans to do certain things, right? I believe that. So if that is the case, right? That means that sometimes innocent people will pass away. That means
To
sometimes
save more.
people that don't deserve, right, they will pass away. So then if that is the case, right, then I go back to my original statement as life isn't the final, it is a tool. Life is something used when he needs to use it. Either I can take it away or I can give it to get the purpose done. And I think that if that's the case, it is not as important in the grand scheme
That's his
because
will, you
it's just
saying?
a
You trying to get
tool.
to his will?
I'm saying right. So if that choice and that
Yeah, God's
will
will be
to
done. So if
accept
y'all
him,
put it that way, of course, yeah. I was about to
right?
say,
Yeah, I mean,
it's
so
all part of
what
his
do y'all
purpose,
think?
though. So
What do y'all think about that angle?
I
What do y'all
think
think?
that you just
Can
answered
I
your
can I
own
say
thing.
something on that real quick?
Hmm.
If you look at the pro life, like what cousin is talking to, if you look at pro life and we look at pro choice, if God wants pro life, but He's giving you the choice to make life and to be about life, I lost my point of view. So pro life, God wanted us to be living, right? So if we're now living, so are we living for God? Is our pro life for God, or is our pro life for the choices that we make for God? We're a lot of people want to overstep that concept. Am I making my choices based upon the person that gave me life, or the God that made me life, or because a lot of people believe different. I'm not gonna judge nobody. So are the choices that I'm making for life? And I think that's what I know, cousin. I know you were going there, and I know I went there earlier, and I think the other person that was on here. So is it the choices that we make for life? Or for what God gives us life for, or is it are we going against him, so we're making choices against him? So I really think it's really pro life, because God gave us life. So now we're going pro life because God gave us a life, but we have to make choices in order to save that life.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, I think, Mr. Cousin, I think that, I'm sorry, I put Mr. and Mrs. in front of everybody's name. Um, but, Mr. Cousin, I think that, like, what you were saying, it was kind of like, it was sounding like to me, you was answering your own question while asking a question. It's like, yeah, God does these things. He, like, babies are born, like you were saying, like babies are born with sickle cell. They're born with things that can be a life thing, but you never know what those parents, those individuals in that situations dealt with in their life. You don't know what God is doing and working in those individuals' life. Yes, we looking on the outside, people on the outside like, oh, dang, like that's so sad. Like I look at
mhm,
those, I hug my babies and I hug them, I kiss them goodnight, like really tight, because I'm like, thank God that that's not me. But at the
mhm,
same time, I'm always reminded that I don't know what God is doing in those individuals' lives to work on them, because God has a mission for to me,
mhm,
the way I think, God has a mission for every individual. So that wasn't my mission, thank God. And I continue to keep praying over my family, because I'm like, I I don't know. Like, I talk to God, and when I talk to him, it's not like, oh God, see that. Like, no, like I talk to him as like I'm human. He made me. I talk to him straight up. Like, I'm in the shower. I don't gotta like, be on my knees. Everybody, you gotta be on your knees. You gotta hold hands like this. Like, no, talk to God. Just take time out for him. That's all he wants. Like we say, God is a selfish God. Our God is a selfish God. If you believe in Jesus Christ alone, okay, he's selfish. But at the same time, it's like you just have to take time out for him. I take time out for him. I don't care if I'm washing dishes, washing my behind, mopping the floor, driving down the street. I just take time. Sometimes I just want to talk to God. I just want to say, Lord, thank you for waking me up today. Today was crazy. I woke up and I couldn't believe, like, and it's like I talk to him like he's my homie, but at the same time, it's respect. I talk to him like he's my dad. Like, I won't say certain things. I won't do certain things in front to my dad. Now in front of my dad, like I know I'll be like, God, you saw me last night. I know I was wrong. I admit accountability. I do that. It's like, but a lot of people are too prideful to go and be on their bending knees. There's been many times my pride has been broken when it came to God that. Pride where? Like, at any given moment, I'm snot nose, tears running. I don't care what I look like. Lord, look, God, no. Like, I don't care. Like, I've been broken. So all that trying to be pretty face and dress up on Sunday and act like I'm holier than thou, oh, that's gone. That ain't that that wasn't even instilled with me as a little kid, because it was like I was never pampered as a kid coming up. I was always told the truth. So it's like none of that no. I don't come to God fake phony and trying to be holier than thou and Lord, I don't need this. No, I'm going to be accountable. Like, I know I did this. Even when soon as I do something wrong, this is how I feel like God works in my life personally. Soon as I do something wrong, it's conviction right then and there. It's conviction. Like if I say something wrong on Mr. Cat's live, it's like, to me, it seemed like the live shuts down before I'd be able to correct myself. And then I would think about it day and out. And then I'll be thinking like, oh, I should come back and I should say something. But then I'm like, no, let me go talk to God about it. Because obviously I said something that he wasn't pleased with. Or if I say something to my spouse, like anything I do, I feel that conviction immediately. Like it's like, and if I don't address it, I won't sleep. The next day, I won't have a right state of mind until I address it and I get it right. But what I wanted to say was that, like, yes, it is unfair that parents have to deal with their children being sick and all these things, but we don't know what those parents have dealt with in their own personal lives, and that is up to them to take up to God and stop. Because some of these parents, when their children be sick and go through things, they take it out on God, other than coming more closer to God. Or they wasn't even closer to God. They wasn't even close to God. Some of these people don't believe in God, but they would come on. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to say this. Some of these people don't even believe in God. It just came to me. Some of these people don't believe in God. Lord Jesus Christ, I love and say they don't believe in Him. They don't. And they will come to these panels and be like, pray for my baby. They're sick and this, and that. And God knows that these people ain't lived right, ain't did right, ain't did nothing. And this is a lesson learned to them. But other than coming on their bending knees, being humble, being doing what they're supposed to do, they refuse to. They count on the people to pray and uplift, and they don't understand the power of their Lord Jesus Christ, their Lord and Savior, and to get on your knees and to submit. Like he said, in days come, they will bend down on their knees and call me that. Like, look, I'm telling you, read that Bible. It gets like when I start thinking, I think outside of where people are like, oh, Trump is going to be the one. Da, da, da. Like, no. Like, really, I'm sorry. I don't hope I'm not losing no one, but really like dig deep and like really pray and like really get into it, because the Bible is way more deeper than just the Bible itself. Like, build a relationship with God yourself and a lot of things will be open. You do need to read the Bible. I do agree, but also pray and build a relationship with God for yourself. I'm sorry. I feel like I was going on a tangent. So I'm home now.
Can I chime in real quick on what cousin was talking about?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm trying to slip in after you. I was trying to get
Okay.
into.
So, go ahead, Kev. I can
No, you
wait.
go. No, go ahead.
Oh,
I
okay.
get the time.
So cousin, yes, any young child whose life is taken is a tragedy. I believe that wholeheartedly, but I also do believe that God has a plan. And I'm going to give a little personal testimony. My stepchildren's mother had her youngest child pass away, and my husband and I were in the midst of a custody war with her, and our children were not in a safe place. They were not being taken care of, and I truly believe, excuse me, unfortunately, their younger sister had to pass away to make sure that they were safe. We didn't get those children until after that incident happened. And unfortunately, that baby did pass due to the negligence of the mother. So it is very unfortunate, but it saved my children in the end.
Yeah. I want to
Right, right.
say,
And that's what I'm saying is like I think just to put a pin on that part, I think that is sometimes those tragedies are what's needed for the triumph, right? And sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's for retribution. Sometimes somebody not living right, or I think somebody said it. It was holding somebody accountable, right? I think it can go either way, but that was my point of saying that I think it's more of it's just a tool. You know, the unalivement of us is just a part of the journey. It is not the destination, nor is it the focus. You know what I'm saying? It is just what is right now. And however he sees it to be used, and I would say for the betterment, right? I think overall the point is for the best, you know. And if we want to say everlasting life, I would concede that. You know, if everlasting life is beyond what we call life on this planet, I think that what this is right here in our flesh and what we're doing for these few years that we're here, this is just the interim. You know what I mean? Of something. And I think that everything that we are using or witnessing is his tools to get to pass this interim. If that makes any sense.
yeah. I mean, I've been thinking about so much stuff. I'm already playing the game, but I was thinking about a lot of stuff at the same time. I think I just thought about this one. I was gonna say before, if you ever realize, like before we can even make choice, we had to have a life. I was gonna say that first. Um, uh, I was thinking about Sodom and Gomorrah, even the devil. You know, Lucifer. You know, he been here. He been here forever, right? Or whatever you want to call him, and still living, right? I don't know if he limited on. I'm pretty sure he probably limited on his choices that he make or something like that. But the fact that he living, so it's like I feel like I look at it as us living, right, is part of his and this talking about living even after living, because once a spirit, and I guess in his of God's creation, right? Once you a spirit, you got your spirit. You know, that's what it is. It's always living. Is he gonna be? And that's what they say is either living in hell or it's gonna be living in heaven or living in paradise. So it's still living. Uh, but I would say like just like and the reason why, because we talking about the temporary thing, because that's just like might as well just say that we gon' just because we pass away, that life didn't really mean nothing. And I think every last spirit, we can just say that, or like whatever. I think it got a meaning. We might not understand it all, but it's all a purpose behind it. Plants, all that stuff got everything got living in it, and so it got a purpose behind it. I was thinking about like with Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And that city was full of trying to be clean. The people that was same that was sleeping with each other and all this stuff and sleep with that all that stuff. So he ended up destroying that whole city. But even though that was the choice that they had or whatever, but and if you think about it, if you got the same, you cannot. That's probably why it's an abomination, right? He called it an abomination, right? That had the same smecks, right? Because I thought about the main purpose, right? Because you can't procreate. You can't, if you two of the same people just can't do that. It just don't work like that. So that's kind of stopping life. It's stopping any chances of living. So he, just so people don't grow, I'm pretty sure people that don't grow that mindset, which is expanding now again, uh, they don't grow that mindset. He destroyed the whole city. He just destroyed the whole entire city. So my whole point is that sometimes he would, just like war, right? Sometimes he would sacrifice people or give people to save more. You know, to save more lives. Let's say that word then. To save more lives. So he will sacrifice lives or give up on lives, depending on their choices. We can say the choices they make, right? And to save more life. So I don't know, that I think that's more of a reason why I just believe, even though our physical life might be temporary or whatever, but I think the whole point is, if you look at the Bible, it's to live. It say to live, or if you don't make the right choices, basically it'll cause you to unalive or death. And then I'm pretty sure his definition of its death is just not. It can't be the way we look at it though, because it's like I'm trying to think about it. Because usually when he used that term, it usually be like maybe separation from him or something like that, or you look at so many things as I'm trying to think of the word, but unaliving. Uh, but it is the reason why he want us to be saved. I guess we can go back to the choice to be saved, to live with him. Because I don't know. I really don't dig in far in the future, because I don't know what God's plan for us. I think he even said about that we're not going to know his plan, or his ultimate plan for us. Not even his angels know, right? But this is all part of his purpose. But us living is part of his purpose. If you just really boil this thing down, this is part of his purpose. And we make our choice. So I can't really tell you what happened in afterlife, but it's just like it's he's giving us a chance to live, to make choices. That's how I kind of look at that though. But like I said, it's not to exclude it, but I just do believe if he wanted us to, if it was like straight choices, right? If we put it straight choices, then he don't even have to create us to make a choice. He could just be like, hey, robot, do this. Say no, I ain't gonna say it like that though. But he can be uh he can be like, you, before you even live on Earth or you even notice yourself, just force you to choose him, or just choose him. He just say it right there. But we had to live to choose him. Or we gonna have our time. I guess we gonna have our time, because I believe the people that didn't have a chance to live on Earth that long, it do say that it's gonna be a second. I read that too. I guess I just taught myself that. I read that some days ago about the people gonna have a second life. Some people will have a second life, and I guess that's to be able to choose him. I guess we go back to the choices then, to choose him, to live forever with him for eternity. But I don't know. I might have said too much. I don't know, but I was trying to go back to the point of why more. I believe it's like he more life than anything, because like if it interferes with life or other people's lives, he will try to, like wars and stuff. He'll take your life, type of situation though. So he'll take your life to save more lives. So that's why I believe he chooses life more than everything. They ought to talk to everybody. I think, wow, they said I ain't hearing that today.
Hey, listen, I'll say this. I think I get it. I get everybody's perspective. And just to bring it back home, I'll go back to my actual opinion, which is I don't think one is more important than the other. That's what I said at first
Mm-hmm.
when I first started this. To me, it's like if I'm using a car, what's more important, the transmission or the engine? If you're trying to get somewhere, like we can sit up here and talk about, well, if you don't have a transmission, you can't. I can push it, like, you know what I mean? Like we could go back and forth arguing it, but they are equally as important, even though they're different. They serve different purposes. They serve, you know what I mean? They look different. They cost different. But they are equally important. If you want to move that car freely, they're equally as important, right? Depending on if you're an engine guy or a transmission guy, you might say one or the other. And you would probably be justified in saying it. But at the end of the day, you got all engine and no transmission, it ain't going nowhere. Just sound good. You got a transmission and no engine, it ain't going nowhere. You just sitting there with the fucking transmission in it. You see what I'm saying? I think they are both equally important, in my opinion. So, but I do hear everybody's point, and I'm gonna stop fucking with people now. I'm going back to regular programming.
Yes.
Okay. Well, while it got quiet, I'm going to do a little quick mod break. We're at 20,000. This has been a wonderful conversation. I think we all can tap the screen a little more. Let's try to get to at least 25K. That should be like beyond easy to do. Up by Kev's name, there's a little orange heart. Go ahead and tap that for 1 cent. You can join the team. Yay, the best team on TikTok. Last and most important, Kev also has a YouTube where he will post all of these recordings. You might see yourself, and go subscribe. Go support Kev, support the cause, give gifts, do what you do. We're a big family here. Join the team.
Hey, like that. When you're here, your family. Call me Olive Garden.
Yeah, it's the second best team on TikTok.
Hey.
No, I'm just
Well, I was
And
gonna
that's a
say,
choice y'all are going to have to make. Who's the best,
You
cousins
got your
or...
choice. Right.
I'm just kidding.
make the choice correctly. No, I'm just
Right.
playing.
Or you will not be able to
Gonna
live with
choose life or
us.
not.
Everlasting life will elude you.
I was think not. So it might be posted. Oh, I hope to think not. Let me stop.
Oh yeah, it's posted. All this stuff posted already. It's
And he
on
posting it as it
YouTube.
go. It's live posting. He ain't even playing. They don't waste no time.
I
I'm
just
posting
did it.
already. Right. This one I was like, no.
The internet is forever. I don't know why my baby is obsessed with this door stopper. I'm about to take it off.
Stop playing it. That's his choice.
Yeah, and look, father, mother said no more. I'm about to take it away.
I got a question on the second prompt. Where are we hearing? I guess I haven't heard it. Where are we hearing that a lot of women are passing away from pregnancies lately?
That's what they use every time because they use that like as a counter all the time. You just don't know what we go through. We can unalive on the table and stuff when we had y'all babies and all this stuff. I'm like, y'all
I
don't
mean,
sound like y'all taking it very
19?
serious. So that this really counter it's countering it. Like if y'all really taking that serious, if y'all crying like that, I'll be keeping my legs closed for a long time. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And it's a possibility. I mean, because okay, my middle son, I was diagnosed with preeclampsia, hypertension, which is like your blood pressure rise,
Yeah.
and all that extra stuff happens. But it's like and a lot of African American or BLK women get diagnosed with certain things like that. But
Yeah.
I know why because my first pregnancy with my daughter. I didn't have that. So my second pregnancy, I had an African American nurse that came in, BLK nurse that came in my room, and she was like, she was like, oh yeah, you did what happened. Like she talked to me as if this was like my first, because most nurses don't really know this your first. Only your primary doctor knows, and so that's how I think of it, anyways. But it could be false. But she was talking to me as if this is my first rodeo or whatever. She was like, oh, it might be because of your spouse is the reason why you're dealing with it. But all along, I'm like, no, because I ate Slim Jims by the boxes, baby girl. And because I ate unhealthy by the end of my pregnancy. And it wasn't because I wanted to, it's because of the situation that was at hand that I somewhat had to, but I was willing to. But that is like, going through the rocky roads with my spouse. But that was fine. But I didn't know that was what my end result was going to be, was hypertension through my pregnancy, and had me my high blood pressure and everything else. But through my third pregnancy, I didn't deal with that. But that's what made me learn that. It made me learn that Slim Jims and Top Ramen is not the go-to meals when you're pregnant. And no, that's not, your late pregnancy is not the thing. It's all that sodium is not good. But yeah, like with that, it's like a lot of sometimes that can be unaliving essential in that, like, you know, they have to think about like your blood pressure raised up, you might have emergency section and all this other stuff. Like, yeah, it happens, but it's like it's not so extreme that, you know, a lot of women will take notice to it, or a lot of people will take notice to it, but it does happen. But
So
but not in
can I,
abundance.
as you were talking and you asked that question, you know me, I was like, let me go check. So approximately 700 women will pass this or so far this year during childbirth. So,
What
and that's just United States. So that's, and it's about 15 per 1,000 is the rate of women who will pass during childbirth. Now, that I'm not going to say is an epidemic rate, but it is, you know, I mean, it is a lot. It is a worry. It is something that can be talked about. I think though, like what Kev was saying, how they use it to as you know, like an argument. I think it's used in the same way that men use the false accusation in arguments, right? It's something that they can latch on to because you will hear men saying, yeah, well, you know, all of the false accusations and men and this and that and the third. And the reality is they have seven false accusations. So it's not even on the percentage scale of men that are, you know, being incarcerated for a false accusation of sexual assault, right? There might be these cases that we see here that get sensationalized, but it's 7 per 1,000 men will get accused falsely of a crime like that. So, but if you hear it from men, it's going to be an extra, you know, when they're in these arguments, it's their first priority is why these women is out of pocket and this what. So I think it's just a little bit of that. It's a little bit of hyperbole, you know what I mean? But the threat that a woman will pass in pregnancy is much higher than what we think. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not like, I don't think that is crazy. Like I said, it's 700 so far this year. And that's usually about the average, maybe a little bit more. And that has gone down though, because it used to be damn near 35%. And that number goes up dramatically when they are of color. So now that is a real concern. So when you have a sister up in there, that goes up 50%, that chance that she might not make it. So that is something that we can talk about, bro. And you know what I mean? If we really gonna be honest about it, that's something to talk about. Yeah, because that's a real thing.
yeah, that's nice. I would say that takes for them to choose the right doctor for them if their insurance. Sorry, as my Tyler, but if anybody's wondering, but yeah, like that takes into account of them, like, you know, taking like making sure that they choose their doctors like accordingly. Like, not everybody can know what doctor is right for them, but I was like, I would feel like, you know, maybe ask them a couple of questions before you go through with them being your doctor and seeing how they, you know, can handle your care and like basically about concerns that you have. Like a lot of what I've learned when my grandmother used to go to the doctor and I was younger, and when I looked at her, she used to always hide stuff from my doctor. So I always told myself, I don't want to hide anything from my doctor. They ask me any questions, I'm honest, I'm upfront, I tell them what I'm doing most of the time, not all the time, certain doctors, but but that's no here nor there. But no, like I try to be honest and upfront about things that I'm doing, and if they ask me questions, I try to be honest. So like that's something, especially when I'm pregnant, I be like really honest because I want the safety of me and my baby to survive through this. So with my last doctor, I was like so happy and so pleased because I prayed so hard. I had like, you know, I was praying. I don't know what's going on with him. I'm sorry, y'all, if y'all hear that. But I was praying so hard for me to have a good doctor through my delivery, and I did. He was patient. Like, even though like my baby was like something about he was he was positioned a certain way where his head was caught up in my pelvic area that it wouldn't come down all the way. But other than like, oh, emergency C-section, they took their time. They was patient, and he was a YT doctor, and I had YT nurses, but they took time. And I'm a BLK woman. They took their time. They took patience. Like it's like all about the doctor, and I hate the fact that just like police officers, just because white T police officers are doing wrong, all of them are like labeled as wrong. Like, no, there are some people that's in there because they love their job and they love the people that they work for and they do things for. Like everybody is not bad. Just because you have a white T doctor doesn't mean you're bad. Ask questions, tell them your concerns, be open, do all that stuff. And if they're not saying the things that you think that they should say or you feel uncomfortable, then switch. Call your medical and tell them that you don't want them anymore. Like, because for me, I didn't have the switch, thank God. But I love, like, at first I was kind of iffy because my husband was like, "Oh, he's hands only and this and that." But I'm so grateful. Like inside of me, I was like, "No, babe, he's not what you think he is." I was like, I like the fact when I ask him a question and I say something is wrong, he like, "Okay, lay on the table and let me see what's going on. Let me see this, da da da." He was hands on. Like if I said something was wrong, he was about to check it out right then. Like what's going on?
But let me add to
Exactly.
this too.
Like,
You
hold
also need.
on.
Oh,
Like,
sorry talking.
exactly. Like, because, like, yes, like, because I feel like the doctors, well, like the YT doctors, like, they be getting, I don't know, like, stereotyped or whatever. Like, because, well, like, it's like, well, like, it's been, like, put out there, like, and also, like, with the nurses as well, like, the YT nurses as well, like, that they don't, like, take, like, the African Americans, like, health seriously or something. But it's like, if, like, any doctor is not, like, taking your health seriously, then, like, you can, like, also change. Because, like, I also have, like, a YT doctor and black doctor, and, like, she don't even do that, and, like, she don't even force me to, like, get on nothing or do nothing. So it's like, yeah, like, I don't know, like, people be it's just like, but, like, even some black doctors, like, won't even take you seriously. Like, it's just not no YT doctors. So it's just like, if, like, no help, it's just like, period, not like, if no health professionals take you seriously, then you need to change them. Like, just go get somebody else, like another doctor, another nurse, like another dentist. Like,
Yeah, because I tell all my doctors, I'm sorry, Miss Name, but I wanted to say that I tell all my doctors, like, I'm goofy. So when I get nervous, I'm extremely goofy. I like to crack jokes. I like to talk. I talk a lot, especially when I'm nervous. So it's like, I'll da 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 da, and I'll be talking. So I'm like, I tell them all. And when I hear them like crack a smile or laugh with me and can joke back with me, that's when I know I'm somewhat in the green light. And I'm like, it's not for sure, but I know you got it in you. So if I can pull it out of you, then I know we kind of somewhat good. But if I say something and you don't crack a smile and you me and you walk out the room, no, I need a new director. I need a new doctor. I need a new nurse.
I'm
You
gonna
said
show you something to
Right,
smile about.
like,
right.
uh-uh.
Also, let's say this too. It's very important that you have someone that is there for you with support. You will be surprised to realize the stats on people who walk into the doctor by themselves as opposed to having a support system with them. Your chances for care, it doesn't matter the color of the person or the doctor or whatever. When someone knows that you got backup, your care exponentially goes up. Okay? When you are a woman and your husband is hands-on with you in those appointments, that shit makes a difference. Or if you have somebody that, family member is there at every appointment, doctors and they recognize that. And it may not be something that is talked about a lot, but that is a big deal. My fiance is in healthcare. When she has patients that come in, and like men that will come in, especially, they don't know all the questions to ask. It'd be their wives who be on their ass, like, oh, wait, what about this? What about this medication? What about this? And as a result, because they tag team in there, they get the care that they need. A lot of times, you might be feeling some kind of way about what's going on, so your mind is not there. You're not going to think of the questions to ask your doctor. You know what I mean? But somebody that's there with you, they might be on it. They know. They looking like, nah, hell nah. The way you was looking, I need to know about this, that, and the third. So the whole point is, yes, you can change your doctor. You know what I mean? You have to ask them questions, but bring backup, okay? Let them understand that it ain't just you, that just can't throw you to the wayside. That you got motherfuckers with you that's ride or die, and if you fuck up, it's gonna be a problem. That right there, I'm telling y'all, it makes a world of difference. So just go ahead and put that in the bank.
And I'm gonna co-sign that with cousins, because when I was 18 and pregnant with my first son, his father unfortunately didn't stay around, and I went to many appointments by myself. But when my father started coming with me, the way I was treated was a whole 180. I wasn't treated like pregnant 18-year-old anymore. I now had a adult, let me put some quotations because technically I was an adult, but when my father came, all the nurses, the doctor, everybody treated me with so much respect and treated me like I was a human being and didn't treat me like I was less than because the father wasn't around. The doctor actually like shamed me for being a single mother, and but when my dad was there, none of that happened. So yes, cousins is 1000% correct. Make sure you, if you don't feel comfortable, or if you don't know, or if you do feel comfortable, bring someone with you if you can.
Yeah, and I want to say that I want to piggyback off of what Miss Jean just said, and yeah, like and Mr. Cousin said, yeah, like when I think about it right now, throughout all my pregnancies and deliveries that I've had, like, yeah, I've always had someone there, so I don't know what it feels like to experience the discrimination or what have you with certain people, because I had people there vouching for me when I could not vouch for myself. Like my last pregnancy, I was so out of it, but my sister-in-law was on it. Like if I said I needed ice, baby, I got ice. If I said I needed a blanket, baby, I got a blanket. Like she was on it. She was, she needed a
That's a
blanket.
blanket
She
statement.
want medicine. Like, what you said? Is what she said.
I know that's right.
But she was on it, like, and it was so crazy. It was driving me nuts, but I was so grateful for it because I'm like, dang, she's making them uncomfortable. Because I could see the nurses she had them nurses running for their money, honey. Like she was like, because my sister-in-law, she ain't. Oh, you said the baby. Like she was. What this mean? The machine beeping. Like I was asleep. She wake me up. What she? The machine beeping. Da, da, da. Like she was there. Like. I'll tell you, and I'm so grateful for her. I'm so, like I said, I'm so grateful for the husband I have in my life, because, and it's the fact that this time my family, because my middle son, we was in Hawaii, so it was just me and my husband. And my husband had to reel me into the front door, and then I was left there. And then he had to, like, well, no, he parked the car and we walked up. Let me answer that. He parked the car, we walked up, and then they wanted me in the wheelchair, whatever. So assumptions. They always like, oh, you here alone? And then my husband was like, no, I'm here, he here with me. So like having someone there with you and being there to vouch for you and tell them like, hey, this is wrong, and demand them to do something is so much better than you being there by yourself. I don't know what it feels like to be by myself. Even with my first child, I wasn't by myself, even though it didn't work out and I ended up being a single parent at the end of the day. I was not there by myself. So I don't know what it feels like to be by yourself, but I can only imagine, because just to me say something, certain stuff, and them to look at me with a scrunch up face because the person that's in the room with me done went and got some water or went to use the bathroom, and then they come to find out later that I have people with me, then they act different. And I'm like, I peep game, but it's okay. I got my posse with me. So it's like it's so much comfort. It's so much more like I know my life is in these people's hands that I trust at that moment. Like I trust them to make sure that whatever it is going to be done is going to be done for the safety of me and this child. Like I love that. Like this last baby I had, I just knew. Like I was like, this is it. This is a done deal. But they was my sister-in-law. And she, like, if I could give her a medal and the trophy, she would have got it because she was ripping and running and she wasn't playing none of that. But yes, I do understand. Like, you have to have people with you. You have to have people with you to vouch for you, and not just one. You need a backup. You need plan A, B, C, and D. Like you need to roll them up. Like who gonna be there? Who gonna take the shift? Who gonna take the next shift? Like if that's what you gotta do, you gotta do that. But you gotta have somebody there that ready and rolling and rocking, cause you gotta have them there. Cause these doctors, they'll do some crazy slip under the rug stuff if you ain't watching. And
Yeah.
I was watching every inch. And I told her, I said, record every, because I never had a recording of my delivery. So she record everything. I love my delivery doctor, or my doctor per se, but I love him. But I see in every video and every shot that he was irritated. But she was recording. She was doing. My sister said she wanted every inch of this in the video, and I could see his face. Like I wish he would get his camera away from me.
Well, be really grateful you got that because I begged and pleaded to have my first birth recorded, and my doctor refused to let me do it. So
Yes, I
that's what
was
I'm
really
saying. But
grateful.
I think bringing this back full circle to like the question, and then cousins bringing it up, I do think that talking about women passing away during birth is important, but women using it as an excuse to have multiple ABs is beyond crazy to me. So that's why I was
Right.
asking about the question, like, because I
Exactly.
understand that it does happen and it used to happen at a way higher rate than it does now, thankfully, due to, technology and growth in the medical field. So, yes, I do think the topic of conversation is a good conversation that should be had, but unfortunately it's being had in a way that is diminishing how serious it is, because these women are using it as an excuse to unalive another person
Mhm.
when they're pleading and crying about their life being unalived. It's very
Mm.
contradicting, and to me it's very devious and devilish in my eyes that you think that your life is more important than the next person's, to the point that you will unalive them to save yourself. I think that's very selfish. And
Mm.
as a mother, and many mothers say, oh, I would take a bullet for my kids. I would unalive someone for my kids. But you would unalive your kid for yourself? That just don't make
Right.
no sense to
Cap.
me. So
Cap.
like, because you haven't held the baby yet, you won't
Mm.
unalive yourself for them. Like I had this conversation with my husband the other day actually, because um I had to let him know, like, if we were ever to have another child and it was me or the child, I would choose the child. And he didn't like that answer because I would be gone. But like in reality, that's that life that would be born that day, and mine would be gone. That life has way more life to live than I do per se. So why would I choose me, who only has maybe 30 years left of life, when this unalive, not born yet soul might live for 100 years? I don't get to make that choice. I chose to have Smex and have a baby. So yeah, I think that's a crazy talking point. And anybody that talks like that is the most selfish beings on the earth.
Yeah,
Mm.
that reminds me of a movie called Kevin Hart is in the movie, and I don't remember. I think it's on Netflix. It's called Fatherhood, and in that movie, his wife ended up passing away during birth, and he ended up having to raise his little girl on his own. And I think it was so beautiful, and it made me cry because I couldn't imagine that being the scenario. But I also want to say that I feel like, I don't know the statistics on it, but I feel like that comes very rare that a woman may end up in that situation, because most of the time, if a pregnancy is not working out for you. That's why you have the ultrasounds and the pap smears during your pregnancies and the blood draws. All this stuff, all this medical stuff you have through your months of pregnancy is to make sure that you and your baby is healthy. And like for, oh well, what if it's like, yeah, that's the last minute, and that's to me, and like I said, don't quote me on it, but I feel like to me it's rare that it comes down to that at the end of the day, because the situation is, it's not that sometimes it's not that it's the woman, it's the doctors that didn't know the procedure. Like I'm sorry to bring this up, but the whole thing with the as a woman, a girl, well, I say woman and a man, they had a baby together in the Georgia. They had a lawsuit with Georgia. It was in Georgia, and they ended up suction and cup out the baby, and then they ended up unaliving the baby while doing so, because and then they tried to like act like, oh, it was just a thing of the pregnancy, but I guess they tried to like do the little head suction cup thing and pull the baby out, but then it detached the head from the baby. I don't know if anybody remember that story, but it detached the hair from the baby, and they try to cover it up. And then the morgue said that this doesn't look right, and then they had to do an investigation on it. But come to find out, like the doctors did something wrong in that, and that's why I said like it all boils down to your doctor. But at the same time, I do understand that there's some women that end up in that situation. I just feel like it's not all the time that situation. And I feel like that's the reason why we have our checkups and our vitals and all that stuff we have to do, and our ultrasounds, to make sure that nothing is going bad and eruption and all this stuff. And the doctors always have, I feel like, now I don't know, but I feel like they always have extra blood supply, all those things on deck, because they be asking you so many questions, like what type of blood, like when you're pregnant, or when you have a woman pregnant, you'll realize, you go to those doctor's appointments, as many questions as they ask, that's what it seems like. They have this blood, they're gonna have the blood on that, they're gonna have all this stuff on that for you whenever, if anything goes wrong. Like just asking what's their emergency procedure if something goes wrong, what will be the procedure.
I think that all goes back to the flesh, though. Like, we're just flesh. We make mistakes. We make human error, and like, I don't think that's a high percentage of what and I don't know. I'd have to research it, but I don't think that's the high percentage of the unalivings of women during labor or pregnancy.
Right, right. The whole thing, like we were talking about this yesterday, and I think that a distinction is worth mentioning. You know, Kev, when we were talking about this yesterday, yeah, it's obvious we make mistakes. There's things that happen. You know, we're not talking about those cases, right? We're talking about, you know, women who are reckless and they doing this for sport, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Like as a form of, oh, I fucked up, so I can just go ahead and do this without any thought. It's those women that we're talking about where that's a
Yep.
problem. And I would agree, and I agree. You know, just like what we were saying, like when if it's a woman who, you know what, I just don't want to be uncomfortable and give birth. I might mess my body up, so I'm gonna go ahead on and get rid. See, that's the type of shit that I think was mentioned. You know, and that I totally agree, right? But even with these reckless women, it's relatively a small percentage. If we look at the numbers, it's not like it's, you know, some crazy amount of women that's doing that. However, it is enough to where it needs to be talked about, okay? And I think, so, you know, we always, at least me, I always try to be fair. I always try to keep, you know, the facts out and not try to do the rhetoric. But there is no way around the fact that there's too many, okay? It might not be some, you know, pandemic numbers. It's not something that is the majority. It's not something that is crazy like that, but at the same time, it is too much. And I think that can be fairly said. You know what I'm saying? So if you are a person that is stuck by the numbers, this rarely happens. What rarely happens though, when I do hear, and I would like to, I don't know if you guys hear this a lot, but like that late term the late term terminations where it's in the 8th month, or you know what I mean, and like that's been real big on the political trail now. Like, oh, they're for this late term, and it's like, man, shut your ass up. Nobody is doing that shit. Like, the reality is that's not even 1% of what happens in those times. And usually when they do happen, that is a medical emergency that had to happen. It's not like a woman is carrying a kid for 7 months and then decide, you know what? I don't want this kid. I'm good. Go ahead on and give it. No, that never happens. But people are using that and kind of throwing it in with everything else. And I just think it kind of
Right.
cheapens the message that we're trying to push, which is it in itself as a form of birth control is ridiculous. If you're somebody that is using that to hide the fact that you're just irresponsible, that's ridiculous. You know, if you are using this in an immoral way, that is ridiculous. And I think everyone should be, whatever position you hold, I think that's common sense to agree with those last few statements. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't
You
know. What do
hope.
y'all think? Am I tripping?
I want
You
to
will
say
hope.
that. I want to say that I agree, Cousin, Mr. Cousin. 'Cause I didn't get established what I can call you, so I'm calling you Mister. T. Tell me otherwise.
I ain't tripping. I ain't tripping. It's good.
But uh, like I agree with that. I feel like that. You know, I agree with you what you were saying, and I wanted to say that a lot of people that for people that I know personally in my own life, I know they get it like it's Papa Skittles. Dang, and me saying Mr. Cousin kind of whacked my memory, but yeah, I feel. Dang, I'm gonna have to mute up until I remember. Dang it, I can't believe I did that.
I feel like. Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I finished. I'm
just
trying.
think about it. Take some time. Ain't no pressure.
Okay, I'm
Ain't
like,
no pressure.
I don't want to think about it. I am.
I'm gonna be right. I already know how I be too. Like I'm getting. I gotta scare. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, like, my position is pro-choice because I believe that people need to make that decision. But I don't support terminations. You know what I'm saying? Just as in general. And people always ask me, well, how do you say that then? How can you have that position if you don't believe in it? And it's because of the laws. It's because of how our society is, right? I believe that nobody should be walking around saying slanderous words or hateful rhetoric to minorities, right? I don't think that you should be able to, walk out in the street and just, just say whatever you want without repercussions, right? But I do believe in free speech. So that means that if a law came up and said, are you voting against, YT people saying the N word in public? I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to vote against. I'm not going to vote for that. They should have that right to say whatever they want. They should also get the right to get punched in the mouth, right? So that's just what it is. But the point is, if I say that I'm going to believe in free speech, then I got to stand on that. I can't be a hypocrite. It can't just be free speech whenever I want it, right? So with that same energy, I try to do everything that I do in my life the same way. I personally do not believe in it, but I also understand how many times in life that women go through things that they have to make those hard decisions. And it could be something that I don't understand. And if I vote for that to go against it, maybe the law will prohibit that woman and maybe it costs life. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know, right? But knowing how the system works, it is better to have the law on the books than the other way around. Because when they say, oh, well, we're going to do it for the exception, that exception never comes. We know how that works. That's just like saying, oh, yeah, well, we're going to keep racism on the books, but we're going to keep exceptions. you know, as soon as we get there, the exception is never going to be made because that was the reason why they had it in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So my perspective is, I think it needs to be the choice, and then I think it needs to be governed by circumstance. And if it's not morally right, then you don't do it. You know what I mean? That's what my position would be. But unfortunately, you know, these laws that come up and these positions, they only give you one or two choices. And it makes you get on certain sides, even if everything on that side you don't agree with. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I've been rambling trying to see if she's gonna get her thought back.
Yes,
But
I
so,
put it in the comments, but yeah, I was going to say that a lot of when it comes down to AB, I don't think a lot of men know how. Okay. So when you go down there and you go to the office, they're going to ask you about like they're going to ask you about who the father of the child is. So then you have to say you know or you don't know. So it's like kind of somewhat they do want the father to give the okay, but you know what a lot of these women do when they go down there, they say I don't know who the father is, and that it automatically check them off. They don't do like no background, like I mean it's nothing you can necessarily do on the side, but that's how women get away with doing ABs without the man's consent or whatever. So it's like if you ain't checking up on her, if you ain't being there, and if you ain't involved, like that's how she slides in there and get that AB because of the fact that all it takes is one little check and that's it. And she there by herself, and they gonna take her word for it, and then she lay it out on the table, and she gonna do what she gotta do, or do what she feel like she gotta do. So it's like that's how that ended up happening.
I
So
hate to cut you off, but have you been to a clinic before? Because that's
yes, ma'am.
misinformation. I feel
Yes,
like,
ma'am. I have. Yes, ma'am.
because I was never asked any of those questions. Those
Um,
questions, those questions, the father does not rarely ever get brought up. They don't care.
how
They
old are
want
you?
their money. They want the money. They don't care about the other party, not in Minnesota at least.
Well, from what I've known in Florida and in North Carolina, yes, they do care. They will ask you that. They will say, if you are a minor, they don't care. But if you are of the age of a minor, they will ask. So they will ask, so what about the father and is the consent like who? They try to ask like the consent or whatever, and they'll say who you here with, and you will tell them whatever, and you will drop that down on a piece of paper, and then they say, what about the father? And if you say, well, you don't know, then they will check the box of other than like who the father is, fill out whatever their unknown whatever, and that's how they get a procedure done. But they do
wait, did you say if it's a minor, they don't even ask questions, but they do if
yeah,
you
and
grow? What?
with the minor, they don't.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because well,
Yeah, I was
from
wondering
what
what it.
well,
So,
What? Wait,
so
with the
yeah.
minor what?
No, look, it's 7 people in this room. No, okay, let me not do that.
so
Okay, I ain't gonna do that.
So
But
I got a
yeah,
question for you then. Okay, so you said this is like a personal experience you're talking about.
yeah, it's a
Okay,
person.
so my question to you is then, so you're saying they ask these questions. So if you would have said, yes, I know the father, would they have required consent from the father, or do they
Yes,
just want the information?
yes, they will require consent from the father, as far as I know.
In what states were those, did you say?
Alabama, North Carolina, Florida.
Are they predominantly Republican
Granted,
states? I guess
now,
I'm just curious because Minnesota is really liberal, and
now,
they didn't ask me no questions.
now this was policies that was probably about probably 20 years ago. Let me say that. I would say about 20 years ago, these were the policies, 20 years ago, that what I've recognized or what I've seen for myself. So this is like 20 years ago. Now, how policies maybe changed, maybe, but this is what I've known for 20 years ago. So that's just what I'm going off on, or what I've known. So I don't know how policies have changed since then, if it's more recent, but
Were they red states back then, though? That's my question. Are those Republican states? Does anyone know?
I don't know if there was
Okay.
Republican.
My only question, my reasoning for that is because and I guess I consider y'all family, so I'll share my personal thing. I don't tell many people this.
You
But
tell me when I tell you what,
I
girl. It's
have
okay.
had one AB, and I regret it, and I cry about it very often. I cried about it today when I listened to Jane talk about her story. It wasn't something I wanted to do. The gentleman situation, he didn't want me to keep the baby. I was already a single mother of one child, and unfortunately, I bent on my beliefs, and I'm gonna give you guys a little kind of crazy end to this, which kind of brings in God being pro life. For a long, long time, I never understood after the procedure. Mind you, there was many things that happened. The doctor was my T-ball coach when I was 7 years old. There were many things that God put in front of me to stop me, and I just kind of looked past it. Like when I found out who the doctor was, I was so uncomfortable, and I was so like, I did not feel comfortable in the room at all. But regardless, after the situation happened, the gentleman whose baby it was also came with and paid, and he took me out to eat afterwards. And when we were sitting out to eat, with like the most devilish look on his face, he looked at me and he said, "How could you unalive our baby like that?" Like after he was the one who wanted it and I didn't. And like for the longest, I was really upset about it. And like I pondered on it and I pondered on it. And when I really got the faith back within me and, you know, the word of God, I can only believe that that was God saying that to me. Like, why would you take my baby from this earth like that? That soul was meant here for something. And it kills me every day to think about it.
Yes.
Hey, hold on. Can I stop you there? That
But
wasn't God.
I want,
Let me
to
tell you
follow
something.
up.
Hold on. That
Okay.
was not God telling you that. He would not do that. That was not God talking to you and making something hurt forever. That wasn't God.
But I
Right.
That
think he
was
was trying to make me
that
think
was
But
no,
see,
going
that was
against my
other homie.
beliefs.
Listen, you know that was other homie. That was other homie right there.
Now
right.
Because
I think
if you had that grin, that devilish grin, it was a reason for
Right.
that grin. That wasn't God, is what I'm saying.
like I
Now
think
God
he
may
was trying
have
to
a reason.
manipulate her.
Listen, God may have a reason. Don't get me wrong. You get what I'm saying? Like there must be something to learn from it. That would be God. But that devilish grin and to hit you right then when you was hurt, nah, that wasn't him. I don't believe that. That's the only thing. That's the only pushback I would have.
I appreciate you saying
And
that
right.
because for the longest I thought like, you know, that was him like kind of punishing me for my decision. And like I accepted it because it wasn't a great decision. I should have toughed it out and I should have been a single mom to 2 kids. And but unfortunately I made that choice and I have to live with it. And I live with it daily. I wonder what my now 11-year-old would be like.
Aw. Yeah. Okay. So, Miss Jen, because you share your personal, I will share. Mr. Kev, don't you judge me. Nay, Miss Nay, I love y'all. I love y'all. I don't want share. I haven't said this. So, okay. I was 16. I was pregnant, and I got an AB. It was against my will because I would say it was against my will in a sense because of the fact that I didn't know what I was told that if I had the baby that my life would end and all this stuff so I was sent to do it. So I did it, and it was like you said, Miss Jean. It was like the worst thing ever. I beat myself. Oh my goodness. And that's where my daughter came from. I beat myself up about that so much that it was like I felt like I was missing something. I felt like, why did I do this? Because the guy was heartbroken. He was crying. Why would you do this? That. He said so many heartbreaking things to me, and I'm like, I didn't know. Like I don't know. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What am I supposed to do? Like like what am I supposed to do? Now at that time I was on birth control, but I skipped a birth control pill, and I did not know. Like this is why I say like birth control. You take it as a prescribed, it will work. But yeah, I missed the birth control pill. Slipped up on my end. I did what I had. I did what I did on my end, and he did what he did on his end, and whatever the case may be, whatever. I don't want to place no blame, whatever that. But it ended in result of that, and I understand when you say like you felt like you was missing something, and you felt like, oh, like all this stuff, and you felt heartbroken. I felt that way too, and came my daughter the next year because I felt like and then I was 17 and pregnant, had her when I was 18. And I was 16 and pregnant and got an AB, then ended up pregnant again at 17 and had a baby at 18. But I understand that and I get that, and it's like when it comes down to, that's why I said, like, okay, and I was in Alabama, and when I was in Alabama at that time and point, like, they asked about the father of the child. They asked if they was going to be present. Did I know who they were? Da, da, da. I was forced to say, as a 16-year-old child, I didn't know who the baby daddy was. So that's what I said. I didn't know who they was. And that's what they checked off. So in my assumption of that was that if I would have said otherwise, then they would have said they needed the okay from him, which it wouldn't have been okay for him because he didn't want that. But my family wanted that for me because they assumed they didn't want me to be a single parent, even though this guy at the time had pleaded and begged. Like, girl, I was going through the trenches. Like, he was pleading and begging. He was like 4 years older than me. He already had did his GED, and he ended up getting, like, he was a bad guy. He ended up getting kicked out of high school. Did his GED. He was going to sign himself up into the military and all this other stuff. And he pleaded and begged to me, like, oh, don't do this, da da da. His whole family on the phone. But my family told me to do that. So that's what I did. Because it was, I don't trust that, this, and that. So that's what I did because my family told me to do it. And I felt so bad for doing it because hearing him on the other side and knowing he signed up for the military, here he is, he's in the military, he's willing to step up, he's willing to do all that stuff, and all I can give to him is that there's no more baby. The baby is gone. There's no more baby. And he broke down and he cried. And he told me a whole bunch of hard things. And I had to suck that in and I had to take that as a G because I deserved every bit of that. I felt like at that time, and I still feel like that at the time because I I didn't take initiative of what he felt. I let my family tell me what it was that I was supposed to be, but at the same time I was young. And it still to this day it's still like a sour wound. So it's like I understand. I get it. I get that. But yeah, y'all don't judge me. I did do an AB once. I did do
Well,
it.
it's time to judge me. You judge. You said judge. We're gonna judge today. No, I'm about to say no.
Go ahead. Go.
We
But
ain't
I
do
think both of y'all got manipulated, like, because, like, yeah, like, I think both of y'all got manipulated because, like, they wanted y'all both to get a board, yeah, and then, like, yeah, like, they wanted y'all both to get that, like, and then they acted mad, like, and then they acted mad and stuff, like, and then they wanted to, like, baby you,
Yeah. Well, in my
like,
case,
and then wanted to be like, oh, why did you get that? Like, it's like,
in my
which
case,
one? Like, pick a side.
yeah, well, in my case, Missionary, the guy, he was, when I told him, okay, so this is how my story went. I ended up I don't know, I ended up realizing that I missed my menstrual because I used to be a teenager. They used to calculate my menstrual on a calculator. I mean, not on a calculator, on a calendar. I used to always mark my menstrual, and I realized I'm missing my menstrual. So my uncle and his wife at the time was trying for a baby, and I know she had like pregnancy tests in the cabinet, so I took one of them and it came up positive. So and I took another one and it came up positive. So then I ended up, and I got really scared. It was like late at night, they was asleep or whatever, and I ended up writing a long letters to them, and I rolled it up like it was like like one of them letters you could put in the bottom, put it in the sea. I rolled it up and bow tied it, and I placed it at their door or whatever, and I guess they read it, what have you, but my uncle's wife was the one who came downstairs and she talked to me about it, and I didn't place the blame on him. I placed the blame on me because I felt like if I had not missed my birth control, if I have done what I was supposed to do, then this wouldn't be the situation. And I was oh so apologetic. I was so sorry. I was crying. I was so upset. So she was like, "Did you call him? Did you tell him what was he saying?" So I was like, "No, I didn't call him." So she gave me the phone. She went upstairs. She gave me the little cordless phone, and I called him and I told him that I just found I'm pregnant. And you know what he did on the phone to me? He laughed in my face. She heard it. I heard it, and she would be attested to it. He laughed in my face, and I was so disturbed by his laugh. I hung up the phone and I cried even more. and she just walked away, and I just cried. And for him, in his way, because I asked him later on, like, why did you laugh? In his way, he told me that he's been trying to get me pregnant. Now, this is not a man bashing. I'm just saying what my story is. He was telling me that he was trying to get me pregnant for the longest, and it finally came true. And I said, what? Now that I slipped up on a pill and I ended up pregnant, and you feel like, ha ha ha, I got you. And now you're like, ha ha ha, it's funny. It's not funny. Now I gotta go to school and be pregnant and do all these things. You're not around. You're not about to do all this. Like, what was the whole, like, my mind was so like scrabbled and all these things. And I like, no, like, I'm always the quiet girl. I'm always to myself. People knew me, but they didn't know me for certain things. So it was like, it was so embarrassing. It was like, oh my goodness. There was so many things that he didn't understand and he didn't get. But he ended up getting his mom on the phone. Everybody begged and pleaded for me to keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it. But my family was saying, don't keep it. So I was conflicted. I was like, should I keep it or should I not keep it? So I ended up doing what my family told me to do. They told me to don't keep it, and I did that, and I regretted it, and it came as a result of my next child because I regretted that so much, and I felt like I missed something. I ended up having a baby by someone I shouldn't have had a baby by. I feel like most of it was abusive and DV and all that stuff, but yeah, my situation wasn't that he did not want it or whatever the case may be. He wanted it. My family didn't want it, and I was confused because I was young and manipulated.
But it
So I
was still
want
manipulation. It was still
to.
manipulation one way or the other.
Yes, sir. It was.
Yeah. I was just gonna say this kind of like tied to the topic though. When I was saying that's why I gave a little grace about the one. I said after one, right? So it showed like situations like what y'all talking about though. That is, yeah, though. After that, I mean, it's possible for people to either get tricked or misinformed. It's some possibilities, right? Or just forced. I think, but that's why I said after the first AB, that's he flat out just don't care about the kid. That's the reason why I gave a leeway for one. But it's kind of crazy that y'all mentioned that story, and that was what I was trying to get to because I believe it's some
Yeah,
form of.
I was trying to have my little cards, but since Miss Jan has shared, I was like, I might as well because yeah, I've been there. I seen it, and then I've been there with family members. So it's like, yeah, that's what I've known it to be. I don't know if it changed since then, but that's what I've known it to be. They ask you about the father, they ask you about the whereabouts of that, and ask you like if they're here, this and that. And that is my uptake of that. Like they'll hunt them down, ask them questions like you couldn't do it or get a consent without them. And that, like I said, is Alabama and North Carolina and Florida.
Well, and my
You
point
know,
of, oh, sorry, cousin.
no, 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 no. You go ahead. I was just gonna say this is the reason, or one of the reasons why, regardless of, like, if this happens a lot, whether we realize it or not, and it's not necessarily. I guess my thing is when, at least in the past, it's always been where, when that pressure or whenever that happens, if it's not legal, then what happens is they go to these chop shops, and I put that in quotations. People that are willing to do it under the table. And you have situations where it was women just, it was all bad because it wasn't legal. You know what I mean? And so when you have these hard situations, and I mean, at sometimes it's like you messed up or the situation is messed up, but okay, now what? Now you have to have at least try to have the best care that you can in that time. And I think as a government is concerned, yeah, we don't push it. We don't think that it's right. But if in the event that it does happen, you shouldn't have to resort to going down to a back alley. You know what I'm saying? And I think that is why I have my position the way I do. Not to say that it's right, not to say that it's wrong, because as a man, I don't have to consider this. We have the luxury of not having to consider any of this stuff. And then men start being, this is my baby, and shut your ass up. No, you don't have to consider what these women are just talking about. And it's funny because you will have men putting themselves into that. And like they have this stake. No, we have a stake of maybe it's principle Maybe it's, something that we wanted, but yo, we don't have to go through what they have to go through. And I think this is great to listen. I hope it's motherfuckers listening and taking this in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's sometimes we need to just listen and understand the magnitude of what they're talking about. And regardless where you are, I don't know. I'm gonna stop. Go ahead
So
on.
I do want to say this though, because it's not like I wouldn't say it's a devil's advocate, but I would say I don't know why people say that anyway though. But I do believe like it's two sides to everything, right? So I seen when I think Nate put down to laugh in your face is lame. Based off what you told me, I don't know old dude's true intentions, right? And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like that's what he wanted to do, and I don't know if it was out of love, out of whatever, because he probably wanted to have a kid, and y'all was doing y'all the thug thizzle, I guess, or whatever, raw, whatever how y'all was doing. I don't know how y'all was doing it though, but it seemed like that's what he wanted, but he probably didn't expect it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the full story because I like listening to both sides. I don't just listen to one side all the time, and we didn't hear his side, right? But I don't know what his intentions. Like it could have been like I always wanted a kid or something like that, and we've been trying all this time. Or like I said, I don't know the full story, but I just be trying to look at it like I don't think sometimes some things not in the evil intentions. It just don't be. I don't look at things as being evil because we just don't know what was. Well, at least
I
I
would,
don't know. I don't know
I
what
would
was
say,
on his mind when he did it, and he
I would,
probably made a stupid decision. I mean, he might have did something silly and didn't realize it though,
yeah. Well,
but
I
that
could tell
probably
you.
wasn't evil, huh?
I could tell you what he told me. What he told me
Okay.
because I asked him. I said, "What was you thinking?" And his thing was that he felt like that we were in love, and he was my first.
That's
He
why I
was
said
my
it might have
first.
been love. That's why I said it
Yeah,
can't be.
he was
Yeah,
my
okay.
first, and we we was doing. He was the only person I was with. So yeah, I guess you could say he fell in love, and he was like, there's been many times that because I didn't know no better, he used to slip it off, and I didn't know no different. I didn't know no better, and it just happened that this time in particular that he slipped it off again, and and it was the same time and period that I did not take my birth control because I would normally make sure I take it every day after school. And this is how I knew something was wrong because I realized I skipped like two of my birth controls, and they say, if you skip one, then you could take it the next day. So I'm like, okay, I could take the next one the next day. I took the birth control, and here I am puking it up like in the next 10 minutes. And I'm like, something's wrong. Like, I don't know. But, I'm like, not thinking nothing of it. And the next day come and I'm like, okay, I'm going to get back on schedule. And I'm puking that one up. And I'm like, what the heck? And I was in
And how
denial for
young
a
were you?
while. So,
How young
I
were
was,
y'all again?
I was 16
That's
and
what I'm saying.
he was older than me. He
Sometimes I
was
just
4
can't
years.
help but listening to both sides. 'Cause I just don't go off of one side all the time. And then, like I said, it sounds like both of y'all didn't know any better from that
Yeah,
point.
he was
And
4
I know we
years. He
always
was,
go tear down on the man quick as we can or whatever. But it just like from what I'm hearing, it sounds like that's what he was just in love, and y'all both was just doing grown things, right?
yeah,
Kev,
he was
Kev,
4 years
Yeah,
older than
he was
me.
20.
Yeah, he
he
was
was
four
He was
years
20.
older.
20. He gets no love. No. He gets no. He was 20. It's not no. He was a grown ass man. That's his bad. He was
Yeah, you
trying to
were
do that
really good.
shit. We ain't about to give him no pass on this one at all. He was trying to. He admitted it. He said that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to manipulate. Now I know there's a lot of cases
You think
where,
he was smart? I don't know. I don't get that age thing. I
hey,
don't
I
mean
don't
that because
know.
I
He
I don't
20.
know about that.
He was 20 years old. He told her, I was trying to get you pregnant. I've been trying to get you pregnant for a while, and then laugh when it happened. Come
Yeah.
on. I don't know what more evidence we need.
But
In
how
this
long
particular
but they was
case,
dating for. I mean, they wasn't they boyfriend. I could see if it was like a play thing, but they was literally in a relationship. So I don't.
okay, so you
How long y'all was in
18.
a relationship? That's what I'm
We
trying
was
to
in,
see.
we was in a
Huh?
relationship since I met him when I was 14 and a half. So I guess like a year and a half before that.
14.
So he was grown then.
Yeah.
He was grown
Wow, this
looking at
thing
a
getting worse and
14 year
worse.
old.
Oh yeah,
Getting
Yeah,
he
he
worse
was.
and
he he
worse.
out of pocket.
So he fell in love with a. He
He
fell in
out of
love with
pocket.
a.
Yeah, or I
So
was
how?
not a
Wait, so
pocket.
that make it worse though. That mean he was even younger than that. That mean you said 14 and what you said. Wait, what was the ages
He
again?
was 18. He was 18. She was
It was
14. And
four
so
year
when she
difference.
got,
A 4 year difference. You really think he was that much grown in the head?
hey, bro, at 14 to 18 is a huge difference. There's
Ah, okay.
certain times now, 20 to 21, that's not a difference, right? I'm gonna even give you, and I'll give you this. I'll say, just to be fair, okay, if you just turned 18 and you are still in high school with this girl and your girlfriend is 16, right? I can see that, kind of.
Right.
You
That's
know what I
like
mean?
a
Like
height.
that's,
Right.
yeah,
That's
all
like
right,
a
you
senior
know,
that like a freshman. That's all that
you
really
right
is.
there. But now you talking about 18 to 14. That is not even a
That's a
she in
senior
junior
like a
higher.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
she in junior high. Fuck that.
Oh, you
Ain't no
said
way to go
you
around
No,
this
said
one.
14 is ninth
14 and
grade.
18.
Just going into ninth
Well,
grade, and 18 mean he graduated. Come on now,
he probably just
let's get
graduated.
right.
He probably did though.
I'm just
I
saying.
think, like I said, I don't
You
know.
know,
I guess I look at because of how life is, and I see so much. You know, I don't go by just because law says you grown. I don't think you're grown in the mental, and I think we get it. That's the problem we give. We think people because they're legally adults that they brain gonna be an adult. I believe like I look at it like high school version, right? That's a 4 year gap. It's just a 4 year gap, so that literally would be a what isn't it 4 years right of high school, right? You got
Right,
what
yeah.
right.
ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th. So that's how I guess I
Yeah,
look at it as a freshman dating a senior, which they still kids, but it's 4 years. Like it's people that's way older than that. Like if you look at an adult right now, right? It's people that's 10 years gaps. There's some people that's so it's just I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just think too
But see,
I
I
don't know. I
think
think
no,
too
but
deeper
there's listen.
than just law though, because I believe people
No,
don't know better. It's people that's 40, 50 years old that really don't know better, and we think because they at a certain age that they do, and they just don't.
but
well,
see,
I
but
still
but here's the
believe
thing though,
kids can
right?
trick. Well,
Real,
kids can trick adults. I believe that too.
yeah,
but
but
hold
see,
on. But you got to understand, right? Listen, there is scientific
I almost got
evidence
tricked.
in this too.
yeah,
But
but
hold
see,
on, but you gotta understand, right? Listen, there is scientific
I almost got
evidence
tricked.
in this too, though. A grave, huge difference between 14 and 18 as in development. Okay, there is no, when you're 18 and you're looking at a 14, you are in total manipulation. There is no way to say, well, we was just, it was all the, no, it wasn't. You was trying to get over on that person, unless you are mentally disabled yourself. Now, maybe that's the case,
I
but
wouldn't
from what
say
I
that though,
heard,
because I almost could have did that
what I'm
myself.
telling
So I
you,
would not say that. I can't
but I'm
say it. It's so
saying
easy
that's
to judge on the
scientific though.
outside though. It is easy
No,
though.
what I'm saying is, I'm saying scientifically, as the brain develops, this is documented, right? This is not an opinion. This is just saying that our
How
brains
was you
develop.
raised though?
Okay,
That's
no, I get you, but what I'm saying is that's still no cop. That's no
Yeah,
justification
cop
to
to the
say,
world trying to justify the humans, but sure, in reality, people brains work different. We can say that on this app all day, and then we give no grace. Trying to justify the humans, but sure, in reality, people brains work different. We can say that on this app all day, and then we give no grace. Really expect because we look at an age different that we expect somebody. And I can see if it was like a 20, a freaking somebody a 20 year age gap or maybe even 10. I can see that, but a 4 year age gap, I don't know. I feel like they too dang on close. I don't think that much really like they might have learned more science or whatever, education in that way. But they kids in my book, they the same exact thing. If I look at it, they both kids. Shoot, some of them be
okay,
kids at
so
20.
so a 14-year-old to a 10-year-old, you think that's so? A freshman in high school,
They close. They some
if you
14 year
go
olds.
really, Kev, are we really gonna say that?
You
A freshman
14.
in high school talking to a 10-year-old, would you say that it's 4 years? But don't you think that that's a big difference? Come on now,
I've seen
let's be
some big
honest.
10 year olds though. I have
but
seen some big
Oh,
10 year
oh
olds.
hell no! You just want to take this L. That's what that
but
is.
if
Let's move
No,
on.
it's not even. It's not that though, because I can't give you an absolute because I'm not just like we try to not do the absolute thing. I know
No, no,
people
no,
brains operate differently.
bro.
I just can't say. I literally
What
can't
I'm
say.
saying, listen,
I've
what I'm
seen
trying to,
some 18-year-olds that'll probably blow a lot of grown folks out of
okay.
especially in maturity.
Why are we talking
I
about
can't.
exceptions? I thought we don't talk about the exception
Yeah,
to the
but
rule on here. Why are
exceptions
you
that
bringing up the exception to the rule when we're
yeah,
talking about generality, right?
generality
So,
is. I can't speak. I mean, even generality, we see
what?
common sense ain't common. We
The
see that.
majority of, listen, when I said, listen,
Majority of 18 is not really
for
grown for real in the head. They just not.
to a 14-year-old girl, there is a big difference of 4 years, bro. In
I'm maybe
certain
too. I might be
areas
just too
of
open
life,
minded for
listen,
this though. I just can't do it. Yeah, I can't.
in certain areas of life, we have to admit certain things about biology. If, like I said, from 10 to 14, right? That is it's the same 4 years, but the development is huge in those years. It's a big difference between 10 and 14, just like it's a big difference between 14 and 18. Now, I understand, and that's why I said, okay, that's still in that same, if they went to the same high school, they were in the same classes, or, I can see kind of that, right? Cool. We almost conceded on that. But it's still, to me, it's still a difference there. Now, do have some guys that aren't as mature? Okay, I'll give you that, right? So let's say that we can take that off the board. Let's agree to take that off the board, right? So let's say, okay, people ain't perfect, people mess up, there you go. But now, we got the double whammy. Purposely trying to get her pregnant without her knowing. That is deception off the top. And then, after it happened, celebrating it, laughing to her, the whole, come on,
What
man.
you expect in 4 years though? If they done build a love bond with each other, I don't. What do you expect?
I don't accept this deception, bro. There's no way to justify that, is it?
They are two kids that don't know no better. So I mean,
You,
I don't know. I don't know how to explain that though, but
if he didn't know no
I
better,
don't
he
think
wouldn't have
either
admitted
side is
it.
innocent though. Like both of them shouldn't have been having smacks either way, right? But she must have been grown enough to have a smacks with a 20-year-old because or whatever the situation. I really just don't know how to really call that though. I don't know their whole entire situation.
She
I think we
said
throw that
it.
word manipulation too fast every
He
time because it's
just,
dealing with age.
she just said it, bro. He said
What?
himself, I tried to get you pregnant. I've been trying to get you pregnant
Yeah.
and slipping the shit off without you knowing. That we got the evidence. It ain't no, oh, I need to
I can
consider. What do you mean? He said it. He admitted
I can
it.
see that. I can
That's
see that
all.
though.
That's all I'm saying. Like he admitted the
But
deception,
I guess
right?
I don't know how to. Why can't I explain this though? I guess it's so hard.
You know why? Because it ain't nothing to
Basically,
explain. That's why.
you know it is though, because it's like I know what I want to say, but it's just not getting
Okay.
understood for what I want to say.
Well,
I think another
okay.
reason
So,
why I can relate to this because I could, like I mentioned, I just said it about a couple of times that I could have been there because I didn't know this one girl age and I was young, right? And I wasn't thinking about looking at IDs or none of that stuff. Like I said, it's all based off how you're being taught. But like I said, I feel like that lack of grace because we wasn't in the people we wasn't living in the shoes. That's why I have grace for some people because that could have happened. I seen people that was in my family that almost got messed up like that because they just didn't know, right? They still had that young mind. I had a young mind. I wasn't looking at all I knew was like, dang, you know about this and you know about that or whatever, and I know about this, and I was not thinking about I just was not thinking about the age. I wasn't because I was young, you know. All I know was like,
So
oh, this girl? This girl like me. That's all I knew.
So then if she was telling him that she was on birth control and then she really wasn't, and then she got pregnant, and then she told him, ha ha, I got you
I'm not
now.
saying it was
Hold on,
right.
whoa,
I'm not
whoa,
saying it
whoa,
was
whoa,
right.
whoa. No, let me finish. And then she said, nope, I got you now, and now I'm about to put you on child support. And he was on this panel right now telling us that story. Would you be giving her the same grace?
No,
Hell no, you wouldn't. Because it's
it's not even a
deception.
grace. I never
No,
said
it's
it
the
was right
deception is
though.
what I'm saying, bro. I'm
I feel
saying,
you on that, but I'm not arguing that part. I understand the deception. I
oh,
never said it was not deception.
what you talking about? I thought we agreed on the
I,
first part.
what I'm saying is it's too no. I believe it wasn't like a evil intentions, right? That's what I'm meaning. It might be. I don't like even if you want to say deception, right? I'm saying as in I think it was the reason of love. It wasn't for no like a freaking for what they thought it was love, right? Because they've been with each other for so long and he just wanted to have a kid. I mean, I guess whatever.
I want to
Just
say,
like some women may do the same thing, be doing it out of love. They trap you, right?
yeah,
Some people doing it for evil reasons. Hang
yeah,
on,
and
yeah.
I
Some people
want
doing it to get money out of it, which would be evil intentions, right? He probably doing it because he loved her. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. So I don't, like I said, I don't know. Maybe I just, like I said, it's so hard to explain the way my brain be thinking sometimes. But I don't know. I just look at things from multiple ways. That's all. The way my brain be thinking sometimes. But I don't know. I just look at things from multiple ways. That's all it is, though.
and
I bet.
with Mr. Cousin too, because of the fact that it's like a I don't know what it I can call it. I want to say it's in between. I feel like it was malicious in a way, but in a way it was because he loved me. But other than talking about it and us sitting out and discussing this and discussing our future together, it was more so I'm just gonna do this and now this is what I'm just gonna do without discussing. So that was the malicious part of it. That was the you didn't even talk to me about this and you wanted to do this with me, but even years that passed after that, he still called, he still checked on me, he still remained the same person in a sense outside of he was angry once upon a time with me for doing that, but the connection was still there. He would still call, he would still check on me, he would still make sure I was okay, he would still ask me if I was doing good and all those other things. And it's like I took full accountability for that too. I don't want to make it seem like it's just only solely on him. My accountability that I took in that is that the fact that yes, I was young and I shouldn't have been doing it. The fact that it wasn't something that I was peer pressured into doing necessarily. I just not from him. Let me say that I wasn't peer pressure from him into doing it. It was something that society. I feel like my friend, like I was like I just want to do something to get it over with. The first couple of times was okay, but it was like the next couple of times, I guess it wasn't. I don't know, but it wasn't all him. It was me too because I knew better too. I was on birth control too. I missed my pill too, so it was on me. So that's why to me, I don't give slack to girl or women that be like, oh, it's all him. Like no, you knew what part you took in that. I didn't have to go the way that I went, but in a
So
situation, but I could have took my pill. I could have, been more aware, but I wasn't, and I didn't. So I took accountability for those things, and I took
how long
account.
you knew his age, and how long did your parents know his age also?
I knew his age up front. He didn't lie to me about his age, and my
Right.
my
So
parents
how long did your parents know that?
She
they knew his
said
And
age.
earlier
why she
that
didn't
her
stop?
parents wasn't here.
No, well, I don't have my biological parents, but at the time, the guardians of me, they did know his age,
Right.
and he was able to come over and visit. He met them, and he was nice, and he came over and all those things. It's
I'm talking
just
about y'all been each other for like what 4 years, right? So I'm trying to get somewhere with this though. I'm trying to because I'm trying to wonder
um,
why that didn't get stopped at the front door.
it didn't get it
Since
didn't
it was
get.
so manipulative. Say it again.
I was saying no, it didn't get stopped at the front door, but I was gonna let you
So
finish.
they allow I guess
Mhm.
well, a legal adult, right? We could say that a legal adult. So well, as soon as he turned, was he 17 going on 18, or was he just 18? And
He
you
was
was 14.
he's like I say 4 years. I said 4 years because of the fact of how our age changes. But I guess you can say 3 years and some month.
And
Like
some change, right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so he was a kid when y'all first dated, and yeah, okay.
And my uncle, like he
So
was,
in
but
at
he
that
ended up
case, he was
getting.
the parents. Okay, so from that point, that's probably when they turned their head, like, dang, he's about to be legal. So yeah, so
And
I
his
don't
and
want to
his
put my
and he ended up okay, so he was kind of somewhat of a bad guy, I guess you can say, and he ended up getting kicked out of
so,
school. He ended up getting his GED. My uncle ended up
yeah.
getting him on a job, so it was like when I was still going through school, he was out of school because he ended up getting the GED and finished.
Yeah,
So
so 18 was when his brain supposed to click between that time when he hit that and was like, you know what, we can't do this, and that's whatever.
yeah,
So
but yeah,
that's when y'all supposed to split up after that. I guess that's what was supposed to happen after y'all was. So you
I
said
guess, I guess, but that's not what my like.
interesting.
that wasn't the reality at the time. It was just more so like, oh, you're our kids, and you didn't love
I
that.
mean, according to society, that's how they want you to do.
Yeah,
Y'all
and
as kids dating, and then if you turn 18, you're supposed to stop dating, I guess.
yeah, I guess, but it's like I said, I don't want it to turn into like it's a male bashing, or I do
No,
take full accountability for that because of the fact that, like I said, I was on birth control and I did not take it. So if I had taken the birth control like I was supposed to take the birth control, but because between school, I was a cheerleader at the time, I had so much stuff going on in my life that I just slipped up and I missed 2 pills, and those 2 pills caused me that whole ordeal. Like, so that's why I say like birth control, taking it correctly is a necessary. Like you have to do that. Oh, I don't want to take birth control. It's bad for your body. It's this and that. And it's like you can't trust any and everybody. I thought I loved that guy. And well, at the time, you can say maybe I did. I felt like, oh, he's the guy. He's so nice. He was so nice. He's so sweet. Da da
do
da.
you think he didn't love you, or
I
he
think
was
he
manipulating you?
I think he did love me, but he loved me in the wrong way. I think because he didn't himself have the right guidance on what love was, because he came up in a single parent home. He had his
Okay.
stepdad and his mom, and my uncle was like the closest thing to a
Well, he's
father
supposed to
figure
know
to
better.
him.
He turned 18. He's supposed to know better. So, well, according to society,
So yeah, like yeah,
it's
no,
not.
he
His
didn't.
parents don't play a part.
Yeah, like no, he definitely didn't have the guidance. And my uncle was more so of a father figure to him than he ever had. So he lost a. I feel like he lost a lot that he thought he was going to gain by impregnating. Was more so of a father figure to him than he ever had. So he lost a. I feel like he lost a lot that he thought he was going to gain by impregnating. That also thought he was going to gain by impregnating. That also put in this family. And I'm going to be good and I'm going to have a family that I never had. But it was like, nah, my family wasn't really rocking with that at that time. It was a really bad time. And I'm like, why would you do that? Like, he was so good until, like, everything was great until that. It's like, why would you do that? Like, why not just wait? Like, why not? Like, I was so heartbroken from that. And I cried, he cried, we argued, we fussed, we fought about it, and we moved along in life. So, yeah.
Wait, Kev, but I want to
Yeah.
say something like because cousin was saying like a 15, 14 year old with like a 10-year-old, but I was trying to say like why would like a freshman like I don't know like be trying to be dating like a grade schooler, like a 10-year-old is
They
like
do it.
a fifth grader. I mean
Man,
like
They
that's
do it.
crazy.
They all in high
No,
school. They all in
no.
high school. So
What I was saying is he was saying that the 4 years shouldn't be a difference, and I said no, because if you take that 4 years, 410 to 14, you see how 4 years can be a big difference, depending on
yeah,
where in life that 4 years is. That's why I said that. I wasn't saying that somebody would be talking to a 10-year-old. So I don't know. Maybe that was
no, no, I
maybe
get you on
I
that.
missaid it.
You was
Yeah, yeah.
using that
That's
though,
yeah,
but I look at it
yeah.
as a kid though. Some people was literally kids until freaking
And
25.
yo,
I ain't gonna lie, because they
I get you on that, right? And that's why I said, okay, I'm gonna concede that, okay, because I think
No, some
that
people still kids at 40, so
that's true,
I wasn't
right?
even trying
So
to go
so
there though, but it was just it.
hey, so look, I'm gonna concede that, right? But the manipulation part,
I
even
feel you.
if even if we say that it wasn't like he was trying to, ruin her life, he wasn't
It
malicious
was
in that.
manipulation. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
I feel
Like,
you on that.
that's it. But yeah, I get what y'all. I get it.
I was only, and when I mentioned that part, only part I was talking about was when I think when they put down she's what she put, dang, I forgot what she put down. She said that was, dang, what she put down. I gotta get scroll up. And I was basically letting her know it's not always evil intentions behind it, because that's why I had to ask what was the other side of the story. Because I believe a lot of people manipulate a lot of the time, like in relationships overall, so many different forms of manipulation. So, I don't support no manipulations, but
Yeah, but those be those grown behind adults that act like they can't see through. Like what I know now as an adult. Like, no, you're not about to like. Mm-mm. Like
Oh,
now,
she says lame or something like that. I was saying that. So
Yeah,
I
because
think I was
it's
thinking about, huh?
like yeah, like well, it's just okay, okay, well, I don't like just be trying to blame like one gender. Like I don't do that. Like, but it's just like if you tell somebody like something like that or like vulnerable with them, like why sit there and laugh? Like that's crazy. Like I'll tell you something like that and you just gonna laugh in my face. Like
I would
You
never,
know what I got out of that
I
too,
would
though.
never
I
forget.
believe the laugh was like I got caught type situation, and he just laughed like, "Whoop, the cat's out the bag." I've been trying to do that the whole entire time. So I guess I got caught. And then he laughed like out of like I would say like out of because it's obvious it was gonna happen. I mean, if that was his intention, he knew he was gonna get caught regardless. But it seemed I don't know how to put it that way, but I look at it. I don't think it was like that, but it's just like he did.
Mm-hmm.
He how can I'm trying to see how I can get it to everybody because I want to make sure this come out right. So with the laugh, I
You
believe
think like it was a
it
nervous?
wasn't like an evil type laugh. It wasn't to put it in your face I
You
got your
think it
mother.
was?
Now
It
you,
was like
huh?
success.
You think it was a nervous reaction,
It
or is
was
just
like
kind of like a?
it was nervous, but then again, it was like he was at the same time like he wanted to do it. He wanted to do it, but it was like he hold
He
up,
definitely did want to do it. Yeah, he
huh?
definitely told me. I said he definitely
He
wanted
wanted
to
to
do
do it.
it.
That was
He
his
told
whole
me, but
plan.
don't
Yeah, that was
force
his
it.
whole plan. But it's just
So
like
that was a
I
victory laugh. You talking about it was a victory
it was,
laugh?
it was like in a way. Okay, I guess you're trying
Jesus.
to. It's something like that, and it sound crazy, but I think that's what it is because it's like, yep. Now that you see that, I guess that's what I wanted to. I wanted to happen though, but I don't think it was like an evil type laugh. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it was like evil. It was more of like, this is what I wanted to do. He just, and then he laughed after you because he seen that you was like, dang, I don't know how you probably came at him. I don't know the
I
angle
felt
of
the
how you
cross
came at him.
immediately. I click up right immediately, and then afterwards, I was like, "Why would you do that?" And I cried, like, "Why?"
Yeah,
But and then he showed face. I mean, like I said, he stayed like literally across the street from the high school.
yeah,
So he came to the high school every day. Yeah, carried my books for me. I don't know how the school and principal knew who he was,
yeah,
but they did because of the fact that he used to go there. So, however, he got grace with them to just walk up in the school. He would walk up in the school, carry my books for me. He would come and he would make sure I got on the bus safe. He would do all these things that was so nice and like genuine. Like that's why I said I don't think it was like evil intentions. It was like more so like him searching maybe for a family, and he saw a family within me and my family, but
yeah.
it was like a wrong timing. It was like,
The
why
wrong
would
timing
you
for
do
sure.
that?
Yeah, the
oh
wrong timing. It was two kids that was I don't in
You
my
was
book
really
y'all
young.
still both kids. 'Cause that's how I look at it though. But that don't know no better. Thought they was in love.
Yeah.
Not thinking about really how things is gonna happen in the future. Y'all were just living literally in the moment. That's how I
Yeah,
look at
and I
it. And
felt
it's grown women that's doing it to this day. Living it. And I'm gonna say just adults in general. Even though I just I feel like more other women because they really want things now. I don't think they really plan things out nowadays. For me, just looking at and listening to them on the thing. But it's just grown people that really just live literally in the moment. And that's what it is. I feel good. I feel not thinking about how this is going to affect my future. And that's how most kids think. That's how a lot of kids think. They just like, I just want to feel good. Nah. And look good. I'm glad you on my side. I think I'm in love. And, it's just, and I think I can't
yeah.
see them thinking it out. He ain't going to think about, man, the law about to come. I got to stop him. He wasn't thinking about that. I mean, he just knew it was a girl that liked him, and y'all liked each other back. That's why y'all was with each other for so dang long.
I had to pray on that thing. I tell you, I had to pray for many, many years on that because I struggled with that for so long. I had to pray. I had to keep continuously pray on that because I'm like, it kept haunting me to the point where it's like, I did not know, like, oh my goodness, was that the worst mistake I made of my life? Did I pass up my potential husband, my potential spouse? Like, what did I do to my life? And I just had to keep praying. But, my life? Did I pass up my potential husband, my potential spouse? Like, what did I do to my life? And I just had to keep praying. But God, praying. But God, yeah, listen. You do whatever you really want to do, but can you take that? Can you take that pain? But some people pop them like they Skittles and they don't care. They don't blink an eye. They're like, girl, it was whatever it was. But for others, it's like that was heartbreaking. It was a traumatic situation. Like, no,
Yeah,
it
that's
wasn't
called having
really
a
bad.
hurt. That's called having a hurt. The people that act like they don't affect them, they
Like, no,
yeah,
it
that's
wasn't
called having
really
a
bad.
hurt. That's called having a hurt. The people that act like they don't affect them, they immune. Most of the time, they probably drinking. They doing all type of stuff to try to cover that up or whatever. But people that act like they don't affect them, they immune. Most of the time, they probably drinking. They doing all type of stuff to try to cover that up or whatever. But eventually, if they don't feel no regret, I think that's a problem. But I think eventually, once you figure out how to overcome, if they don't feel no regret, I think that's a problem. But I think eventually, once you figure out how to overcome it and just realize, things happen for a reason. What's meant is meant. God wouldn't have even allowed it. Just like Jane was mentioning earlier, she done tried all type of stuff, and God still let the kids live for a reason. What's meant is meant. God wouldn't have even allowed it. Just like Jane was mentioning earlier, she done tried all type of stuff, and God still let the kids live. So it was part of it. It's a crazy way to put it, but it's part of the plan. God wouldn't have allowed a lot of these things. I mean, it would have. I mean, I'm a firm believer on what's meant is meant, what's not is not. It's no such thing as mistakes or really regrets. That's how I look at. Well, I wouldn't say regret, because the regret is be the feeling that you have, but you can always let go of the. I mean, you can figure a way out of that feeling, because I don't think it's meant for you to stay in that feeling the rest of your life, because that kind of help
Right.
you from moving forward.
Yeah, but but I also think like that it really be lust and
Yeah,
like yeah, like we be
most of us was endless. So I ain't gonna lie, I was part of the Lust Crew. So I was
Everybody
straight
be
part of the
me.
Lust
He
Crew.
was popular. So that's how I be knowing these
Well, I used to
topics.
go to the shower with my boy, my ex boy. We used to go, man,
like we
boy.
getting that, like we getting it down.
They be thinking
If
they can suck me
yeah, I
up.
couldn't go in the shower, take a regular shower for nothing.
I tell you.
Hold that
No,
banister.
no, for real.
Hello.
Wear your best jacket, your best jeans, your best t-shirt, earring spray.
And
Sweet.
she had a body
Yeah,
too. I
I ain't
bet
gonna
I look good.
lie. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, the debauchery was great, but here's the thing too. I can remember it was big when I was growing up,
Whoa,
where
that's what she said.
once you turned to 18, it was like you are a grown adult and you better leave these kids alone. That
True.
was something that was taught to us from young
Some
age,
people didn't
right?
get taught that.
I know, but well, no, I think they taught, but they didn't give a damn. Because I knew a lot of guys who, where we grew up and it was like, we would sit there and be like, okay, you could have somebody your own age
Mhm.
or possibly 1 year younger, right? So if I'm 17, 16, that was it. 15 was pushing it. You couldn't, nah, I'm good. I ain't fucking with you. I'm out. Like that's just, and mind you, this is California, so maybe it's different in the South. I know some of my cousins that was in the South, they was on some other shit. And I was like, y'all ridiculous. But we, we was just on that type of thing to where if I'm in high school, when I was a senior, if you was a junior, I'm looking at you sideways, like, you ain't ready for me. Get up out of here. But at the same time, I had a lot of OGs in my ear. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like I had a lot of older people gaming me up to where by the time I was, graduating, I was already, in the clubs. I was an old man then. You know what I mean? Like my mind, because of my uncles and my old cousins, put me on game early. So I had a different mentality, and I understand that a lot of people don't get that. So that's why I said, all right, my first impression is these dudes are tripping. But then I got to think about it, and I said, all right, well, let me see. If I get into, you know what I mean, and really try to be fair about it, some of these dudes don't mature in that time.
Or
And
some people
so,
ain't get taught.
yeah,
Some
yeah.
people really didn't like. That's why I said I can admit that me myself, I didn't. It was about just getting the women. I mean, I didn't get taught. I was part of that crew that get your notches up and all that other stuff. It wasn't. It wasn't. About the regrets and it was. I mean, I didn't get taught all that stuff. And then I can't say it was my fault. I don't even know if it was really my father fault because of whatever he got taught. Because it's like it started somewhere, but. I mean, I made my choices, you know what I'm saying? But I do believe you do pay for what you know and don't know. I mean, you're gonna have a consequence though. But I just look at it like, what else do you expect for a person that didn't, that wasn't taught in life, that wasn't taught. Like a lot of these things, that's why everybody was talking. We was talking about Kevin Samuels last night or whatever. And somebody was like, well, some people didn't have a father. That he can impact people that didn't have a father in their life. I'm like, well. So also, I guess he said he also impact people that really didn't get taught some of these things too. So, 'cause they don't mean all fathers know the deal and all that stuff. So sometimes fathers got raised by single mothers the same way. Some people, so it's just, boy, it's so much, man. I think that we do be. That's why I do try to preach on grace overall. Because we just really don't know. We can get mad at how people act today, right? I just look at it as long as you learn from it. That's what really matters. You can't keep using the past a while. That's like me still taking this day. Like, well, I didn't know. I'm still believe they keep. No, I can't do that. That's crazy.
Exactly.
But it's just about we're gonna make mistakes. Everybody has past. Everybody did probably something crazy that they might have regret. But it's just about teaching the next to not go through the exact same thing. That's what just really mattered though, because that's just gonna happen. That's part of life. Nobody's gonna live a perfect life that I know of. It's just not.
Yeah,
Some
I
people
get you.
did. Some people ain't have to go through some stuff. But I just feel like, to sit back and I ain't gonna say make judgment, but to sit back and act like, anybody's flawless, that is I just feel like I don't know. Unless people
You
Jesus.
know, my whole problem is just the justifications, right? It's like,
Yeah,
I,
I get it.
yeah, it's like for me, I talk to a lot more dudes, right? It's like,
Yeah,
I,
I get it.
yeah, it's like for me, I talk to a lot more dudes, that's, and the excuses that I get or the reasons, quote unquote. And I'm like, bro, the more that you keep trying to lie to yourself, and give these reasons, quote unquote. And I'm like, bro, the more that you keep trying to lie to yourself, and give these, you're not gonna get better, right? And so that's the reason why I be going hard, because it's like, and give these, you're not gonna get better, right? And so that's the reason why I be going hard, because it's like I hear it, and most people, they'll get on here and be like, well, these women gotta be accountable. Yeah, but do you realize how many dudes are just making fucking excuses? And
Right.
we say all the time, well, no, men are forced to be accountable. No, we not, because we we get passes on all kind of shit, and we keep doing it because we have little ways to explain it, or we try to say this and that, and it's like, yo, I understand sometimes we weren't taught, but at the same time, when you become a grown ass man and now you have the ability to be taught, because we are in an information age, you can't keep going back to that I wasn't taught, because now it's
Right.
like, all right, well, I'm telling you this now, so, and then you're trying to justify it and trying to tell you know what I mean? And that's the thing that I be trying to like,
Yeah, that's different. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, that's the,
I see people still do that though. That's why I'm like,
yeah.
nah, you can't keep using the past. Now. You got the book now. You got all type of things. Even me, I knew that. I knew that. That's one thing I knew. I can't act like that. I think everybody done knew that by now, though. For the most part, if you have SMEC, you're gonna have a kid that pops up out of it. I mean, that's just all. I think a lot of us done got taught that, especially when we start. Because somehow we didn't get taught SMECs, but we just started doing it, so we learned it somewhere. We learned it, but that's why I really have like little leeway on that. Like, now you just thought you were gonna do something different, because like a lot of us thought we was gonna do something different. Because like if I was the guy one of these chicks pregnant when I was back then or whatever, it been on me. Shoot, I had to take accountability. I can't say I didn't know. I didn't know. No, which is one of the hard things to take it, but eventually, or some people got to learn how to take accountability for it. Like, dang, I just wasn't looking at it that way. I thought, I just wanted to have, and that wasn't part of the plan. I give that's where everybody angle. That wasn't part of my plan, and that's why we trying to throw in a lot of people's head. Even though that ain't part of your plan, you still know better. That's how you take be able to be aware of the accountability that you have to take that you probably wasn't aware of before. Even though that wasn't part of your plan of having a kid, but you can't take away that you knew you were going to have. You can have the possibilities of having a kid because you've seen other people do it before you probably started doing it. You see, so all that stuff. So that's how I look at it that way. You might not knew back then, but you know how to avoid it now, type situation.
Yeah, but Kev, but that's not the reality for everybody, because I don't like like
Yeah.
some people they never grow, like they never elevate, like they just never have no wisdom. Like I don't know, like they can even have a child, like, and they just act like that they can't even get pregnant again. Like, so you sitting here still doing it and you act like that you can't, that you like that it's not possible. So we just acting like we so dumb. Like,
I get you
please,
saying about some people be rebellious.
like I just don't get it. Like I don't know. Like some people just like it's just not the reality for everybody. Like some people like like wisdom don't come with everybody. Like
No,
like
that's
some
not true.
people
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
like some people never grow. Like some people just stay where they was at years ago.
Yep.
And yeah, like they never don't be having no knowledge. Like I don't know, like they still be having the same mind where they was at like a couple years ago. Like, and yeah, like you still doing the same thing like where you were just at years ago. Like, why are you still doing that? And you knew that you didn't have a family before. Like, I don't understand that. Like, yeah, but like, because if you messed up before, like the first time, then
Right.
at least like the second time, then you need to be doing it right and having a family.
Yeah.
Like don't go mess up a second time again and just being irresponsible again. Now that's crazy. Like if you gonna mess up a first time,
Mm-hmm.
like then at least like then you need to at least be getting married the second time. Now that's just because if you do it a second time again, yeah, now that just tell me that you don't care.
True.
No, no, that's crazy.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was having a conversation just last week with this dude, and he kept on telling me like, "Yeah, man, these girls, they go over here doing that and that." And I was like, "How old are you, man?" And he was like 36. I said, "Why do you keep referring to women as girls?" Just as a question, right? I was just asking. And do you know when by the time we get to the end of this conversation, he's still in high school in his mind. Like
Mm.
everything that he was describing was his heyday in high school. Like I don't know if like he was in a time loop or like, like that was when he had, I guess that was his happy time. So he was kind of reverting all of his good memories to high school. So
Mm.
everything was girls, everything was this, you know what I mean? And I was just like, at first, my first thing was I was about to hoorah him. I was like, okay, I was about to clown him, and I was like, nah, wait a minute. I said, bro, so talk to me about it. So I started talking to him about high school, and I'm talking about, bro, he just lit up everything, couldn't damn near shut him up. And I was like, okay, I see what happened. There's a lot of people, I think, who either they have trauma or that was their best time at a certain period in their life. You know what I mean? And they get stuck there. So their whole
True.
mentality is still there. and everything that they look at in life is compared through those lens, through that lens of that time. And it started making me think like that could be what it is. You know, like there's a lot of older people, because it ain't just men. You know what I mean? It's just older people in general that have this infatuation with being young, or they always want to hang out with the young people and all this. And you say, how can you relate, right? You know what I mean? You're like, how do you even? And that's why, because in their mind they still there. So when you said that earlier, I started thinking about it this whole conversation.
Oh
And I
wow.
was like,
Oh, you talking about what we was just talking about earlier? That's crazy, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
and I was just like, you know what? That is. I was trying to compare it. I was like, you know what? Some motherfuckers do get caught in a
Yeah.
time loop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
That
saying?
junk is.
And it just made me think of that. So yeah,
Yeah. That's why I was thinking about it more. The more I be talking to just people on this app, I'm like, dang, why it sound like you just still sound childish? You sound like, boy, you sound like, I don't know. And just because you had kids and all that stuff, that don't mean that you still grown. I don't know why people be thinking that too. It's literally kids with kids out here still playing with their kids like they kids and all type. That's why I don't be no authority in the house. That young man, that's why I sit back and listen to people you can see. Oh, that young man.
I mean, I know I'm
It's so hard
childish.
to
I ain't gonna
waver
lie
though.
to you.
Like, yeah, huh?
I know I'm childish. I ain't gonna lie. I'm goofy as shit in real life. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like the things that are my hobbies, and you know what I mean. I do art and crafts and shit, and
yeah,
you know what I mean. I hardly take anything seriously. I'm making jokes all the time, but at the same
yeah,
time, I understand business need to be business.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And it's time that you got to stand on business, and it's time that you can play. And I just think that sometimes people don't know the difference.
yeah.
You know what
I
I
just
mean? They
look
get
at
stuck on one
maturity
side or
then,
the
I
other.
guess, like maturity
Yeah,
wise,
yeah.
as in like the way we handle our emotions. That's why I kind of waver as a being an adult. Of course, we're gonna have like playful and childish ways sometimes. So telling jokes. Some people might think I'm playing a video game with childish. I don't know, but I be, I think the way you handle conversations, the way not about. I think being a little bit less selfless that make you more of a adult or mature. I mean, I think those are different things. I believe so. What I notice, I think that's what make it. Because like I be thinking about like kids, the opposite. They more selfish. They think more about expressing themselves more than anything than actually trying to control themselves. Like adults, that's the point of adults, is to show you how to control yourself, to show you to share with yourself. Stop being like that and all that stuff. And stop crying all the time. I mean, I think that's the whole point. That the adults is trying to mold kids to be adults. That's why they tell them, you don't do this. Stop doing that. You know, stand up for yourself. Stick your chest out. Know when to pick your battles. Know, all that other stuff. And it's easy to be a kid and just keep expressing yourself. Every time I feel a certain way, I'm going to react this way. That's kids. You don't have to teach them how to express that. You teach them how to control how they express it. That's what you do, which is part of adult, being an adult. When to express it and all that stuff. But it's about to drop. All right, for sure. But I think that's what kind of make the difference and stuff.
Yep, yep. Because I think kids is the
Impulsive.
purest form of expression.
Yeah, impulsive.
Kids don't give a shit. They don't give it. They be the most honest. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
for sure.
That's the realest you can get.
Yeah, that's fact.
And kids hurt your feelings, boy. They be
Boy, they don't hold back.
not at all.
Talking about freedom of speech.
My God.
The law don't work on them. You can't say hate speech now. They gonna say what they gonna say on their mind. They done got bananaed off this app so many times. They just
I remember.
expressing.
I remember this kid was up in. We was in Target, and I know this lady was embarrassed as shit because this kid kept asking, "Is this his daddy?"
Oh, oh
I
wow.
was like, "Oh,
Are
oh
you
my
my
God!"
dad?
Like, is that my daddy? Is that my dad?
Oh
And she was like,
my!
shut up. I was
If you
like,
get it wrong
oh.
like that, boy.
I was like, ooh, ooh. You talking about emotional damage? Oh my God.
That's funny. Emotional. I was in last. I trying to think. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that shit was crazy. I was like, see, I know she wanted to just stuff him in the garbage can. I know it. I know she was. I
That's
said,
funny.
I said, if nobody was out here, if she wasn't in public, that little kid would have got hit. I bet you. And that was the sad part about it, cause she looked at him like, and I was like, ooh,
Emotional damage.
yeah, that stuck. She was in line. She couldn't escape.
Couldn't
She
escape that work.
couldn't
Mm-mm.
escape. You getting this business.
Right. Is that you my daddy? 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 Oh, that's good. That good
But
right
also
there.
like people be thinking like because they have kids like they be so grown.
Yep.
Like but your mind is still back in high school or something. Like you haven't even went past that. Like you're literally emotionally immature. Like that's
Facts.
crazy.
I like that.
And
Emo.
also like also like how another adult like treats like an adult like also explains a lot. Like it shows like if they like still immature too.
Mm.
Like and then they be trying to tell like a child like oh like I'm grown like you better respect me like yeah like but yeah like but also like if another adult don't respect them either then that shows a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
Like like nobody respects you, then that's a problem.
That's facts, right? Something up. You must ain't got no boundaries or something, or you must need to get taught.
Like I mean, well yeah, like you must ain't got no boundaries, like or you just immature. Like you still act like a child. Like something up, something not.
Man, I need something to snack on, man. I might take me a break tomorrow. I might, if I do get on, it might be a free live. I might do a free talk. I don't feel like doing a topic tomorrow. Free talk, do a free talking. And if somebody else is live, maybe another break until about Thursday.
Holy said go to bed.
Oh, she got me again. She got me earlier when she snuck in here. She snuck in here with the crowd was going crazy. I couldn't even see that many the comments, and I seen that though.
Oh,
Let's see. She ever come back? Where everybody at? Watch Austin try to come in here at the last minute and then keep me up all night. Okay. Get her some nice afternoon sleep and then. Okay. Everybody, too many snacks. I do need a snack stick. Yeah, about that. Give me a snack, then I go to bed. My boy cousins be working, boy. You hear him throw them boxes, boy.
You know, sometimes, man, you gotta move shit out the way. Should be in the way.
That's why he got all that fresh gear on. Yo, boy was in here yesterday showing his fresh gear off.
Who?
Should have had y'all get y'all competition going again. Two
Oh
guys
yeah,
that say they dress the freshest on TikTok. My boy Matt should
yeah.
invite him in here. Did y'all ever do that bet?
Hell no. I think he. You know, he was boiling that night. He was
No,
he
you're
was on
right.
that ooh wee.
Hey, ooh
Yeah, he
wee.
don't remember. He was on that ooh wee.
Ooh wee, right.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I said, that was epic.
Y'all was over there talking like y'all was like arguing over video games or something like I wouldn't be. That's what it's saying. Like y'all was like, I'll tell you, I'll call you close. It was a competition for real. I got a shirt for I got a match shirt for each. My shoes beat your
But you don't know nothing.
right.
I got more socks than you got to live
Right, that's what I was
years of
about to get
life.
to. This was
The
about to
fuck
get to
going
everything.
on?
You know what? The fabric that I got, you don't got that fabric. It's gonna get to the
You
Adam in
ain't
a minute.
never had some fabric custom made for your own body.
I
You ain't
gotta
never had
get
a
it.
DNA imprinted
Right,
in your suit.
right. Just gotta be even worse. You ain't never had a customized DNA, bloodstream type Z.
What you talking about? I can wring my suit out and get extra
Mm.
blood if I need it. No, what
Nah,
you?
that's
Oh
funny.
shit. Yeah, that's wild.
Where the heck did I put this thing on? I gotta figure out the. Yeah, that's a fast. Okay, I got all the stuff I need on that because I ain't about to use this too much. I need to get all the other things unlocked. So that's good. How about the other? I got a lot going. Oh,
Yeah, I think
parts.
I think I might have to. I might not do it on Monday. Monday is supposed to be another Symposium. That's the first month.
Oh,
I'm
that's
about
the
to
first
wait and
one.
do it next week.
Okay.
Yep. Might have to wait and do it next week. Got some shit coming up,
Was you gonna
and
go
you
in the
know,
live or you got something
getting.
outside the live?
Yeah, like I got some orders I gotta complete. So
Okay.
I ain't gonna be able to do it. And you know, we getting into that time, man. The holidays. You know how that be. Start
Mm-hmm.
getting busy. But I think next week I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it on Monday. So, but the Monday is gonna be about you know, you and your crew. As a man, your circle of people that you know that you roll with says a lot about you. And it's like we can be loners, but if you don't have a network of people, that hinders you in your life. You know. So just talking about that whole dynamic is going to be really what the menopause is going to be about.
Mm-hmm.
How to cultivate those relationships, you know, your friendships. How do you navigate that?
Ooh, I like that. I can figure something out on that one. Check it.
You know, because if you think about it, if you look at how women get down, like there's a lot of women who don't, like they'll be like, you know, women are catty, they'll fall out for little stuff, never
True.
talk to each other again, all kind of stuff like that, right? But then if you look at the women who have that real best friend, they be there forever, like
Yeah.
through thick and thin. You know what I mean? Like they get
True.
sick, it'd be that friend over there cooking, cleaning up the house for them, making sure they cool. Like we don't do that for each other as men. We be like, get ready, nigga, get better. I'll holler at you. You know what I mean? Like we don't, because we don't really. It's never been taught to us that
Nah,
that's what
I
we
got
need
a
to do.
friends that do that. Both my friends will do it for me. That's why my circle's so small.
But that's what I'm saying. See
My
now,
one friend brought me some soup one time. Remember that? I never forget
right?
that.
But that's how I get out, right? Like so, my circle is that way,
Yeah.
where we gonna be that, and that's the thing that I say to a lot of men. You don't have that, you tripping, because
Yeah.
you'll be surprised. You know, like
A puzzle.
there's
Somebody
certain
in here
things,
tapping.
yeah, certain things that you need as a man. You should have somebody that's in your circle that can fix damn near anything that you can call for some advice. You should have somebody in your, circle that you can trust with a secret. You know what I mean? If you ain't got nobody that's trustworthy around in your circle, what you doing? You should have somebody who, if you need to go head on and bury a body, anyway, I ain't gonna talk about it. But the point
Oh.
is, you need to have some ride or dies. You get what I'm saying? If you don't
Mm-hmm.
have that, you're missing something in life. And I think as men, we get so like we're loners, and we, gotta find our own way and be stoic and be blah, blah, blah and be a man. We forget about, we, gotta find our own way and be stoic and be blah, blah, blah and be a man. We forget about the human. A good conversation. A good conversation.
Mm-hmm. Trying to whip. Mm-hmm. Trying to whip up some old topics to see. Got somebody out. You believe love was more real? Oh, that was a deep one. Social media is entertainment. Why do black people don't like other people? Oh, that was one of my deep conversations. I should talk about this again. I should. I'm reckless up the mall. Delivery and tone matter to people that don't want to change. Not for you. People have so much pushback against the claim. Why it's hard to take criticism today? That's a good one. Hmm. I'll take that one.
Yeah, that's you know what that is.
Mm-hmm. Same walking speed, movement, hip fire. Oh, that's flippers, isn't it? Walking speed, movement speed. Okay, we're gonna rock with that. What's this? Recoil spring. Uh,
I think it's hard to take criticism because we lack respect nowadays.
oh, that's a good one. That might have been the golden whole thing right there, right? That's true. Somehow we always add disrespect in the
Yeah,
midst of that.
yeah. Think about it. We really, if you don't respect somebody, what they say to you don't matter. And what you're always gonna do is rebuke with, "Who the fuck are you to tell me?"
Yeah.
Right? And that's what we hear all the time.
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna tell me? You ain't. They're gonna try to tear down your qualifications in order not to hear what you're saying.
Mm. Yeah.
But if they respect you, they take that shit
True.
because, you know what I mean. So I think that's the biggest point. That's the biggest problem right there.
Yeah. That's true.
And
I gotta
and maybe
respect
that leads because there's less respectable people too. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
that too. I think yeah. Overall, I think that is. Yeah. Let's use you last if people start coming up in.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say.
That's a deep one. Yeah, I believe that though. It makes a lot of sense. See, ooh, what's this? Spawn with two extra tacticals. I don't care about that. Over on the line. Okay. Three attachments on your primary. Get three extra attachments for your primary. What is that? Two bill upgrade. Perk greed. Extra perk. Mm. I'll do that later then. What's the specialist? What? No. Oh, that one. I don't need that. No, I need to change that to the scramble, signal, or reveal your position. Enemy's voice, war, city. Um,
Hey, so you, what was the what's the whole allure of game streaming? Have you ever done that, or
yeah, I did it one time on
what
Facebook.
was what's the whole thing behind that?
And this same thing as this. You just people watching you play the game. I used to do like stream my Mortal Kombat and stream the game I'm playing. No, I just basically just streaming. And then how you build people up is based off a character, or if you're really cold at the game, people want to watch you. Um, you gotta do a lot of no different from this. You gotta do a lot of promotions and connect with the right people. So it's basically people love you off your either your character or your skill. That's all it really is. Same thing. Then they it's literally like live. It's literally like live.
So if you suck, but you just talking shit and hella funny, then you might get some
Yeah,
game.
you'll get it.
You
You'll
might
get
have
it. And
action.
some people, yep, some people might watch you just because you suck too.
Okay. I been seeing people on there making bread. I'm like, how do y'all? What is this?
Yeah, they make bread for sure. That's for sure. Concussion. Wait, what? Over. Hold up. Any secondary. Okay. Wait, what? If I got this on, then why I don't see it? Maybe this thing glitching. Ain't know that about nobody. What's the deal, Empress? If you still in here, I don't know. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I got three of the same thing, so we gonna do that, that, and that, and then that. That's a copy. That's a copy. All these are copies. All right. That, that time I'm trying to stay.
Man, hey, I was having this conversation, and I think, do you think that we get sometimes we can get indoctrinated so much that we will do like anything to kind of like prove our message right as opposed to learning what's right?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
You know, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Opposed to learning what's right.
oh yeah, 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 yeah.
You know, you know what I mean?
Uh huh. You saying like you said we? You said
Well, like I was looking at this podcast, right?
yeah.
And the lady was on the podcast, and she was telling the man what she looked for in a man, right?
Oh, I just seen that video.
The
You know what you're
man,
talking about. You talking about Fugazi
I don't
and the
know,
old girl.
who was that? I don't know. Maybe
You talking about the
I
dude with the
think this one
braids,
might have
right?
been.
The dude with the braids. And you was talking about what a
Oh
high
no,
value
that's
man
another
was.
one. No,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I thought
no,
you was talking
yeah,
about
that's
that.
another one. No, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that one was cold too. She ate his ass up with that one.
Yeah,
I
they
want to
said
see
she
what happened
told him.
afterwards.
Some people would believe that they didn't, but I think both of them had a valid points. But yeah, I think the way she did him, it did seem like she told him up. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, like they cut it off. I was wondering if they was gonna play the last part. What did he say? What did he say back? I want to know. It just
Yeah, they didn't show
she
what he
gave him the
said
business
back.
and then it cut off. And I was like, ooh.
Hmm.
But but it was something similar. But the lady was just saying, hey, this is what we look at. Boom, 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 boom. Gave out a list, right? Dude was like, no, that's not what y'all look for. You lying. And she was like, how you gonna tell me what I look for? I'm telling you what it is. Y'all be lying. Girls don't know what even know what y'all want. This is what y'all want. He started listing out other shit. And she was like, okay, you might be living your man life, but I'm telling you as a woman, we're not gonna connect with you just based on your money or just based on this. We have to have character. We gotta have this. No, that's what y'all be talking that bullshit. Boo, boo. And I was just sitting here like, bro, she giving you a play by play. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
you want to argue it. And it's funny to me because I see it vice versa too. Like men will say, hey, this is what I want. And then a woman be like, well, this is what you should want. It's like, okay, maybe that's what I should want, but that ain't what I want. And they don't listen to each other. You know what I mean? Like you see them talking and it's like, are you even listening to the words coming out of their mouth? Or are you just so stuck on your platform that nothing else matters but what you say? And if somebody doesn't agree with you, then I'm gonna argue it to the death.
What the
And
fuck?
then I can't argue it no more. I'm just gonna switch the subject.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't know. It's
Hmm.
just wild. Like the motherfucker can basically tell you what they want, and the people will still not do it. That's the crazy part. And then complain later when they don't get the result.
Yeah, some people just stuck on those soundbite. That's something I had to grow from. I ain't gonna lie, though, because I mean, I'm even getting to a point that I don't, I'm not trying to even speak as men and women as a monolith. I just, as bad as we wanted to, but everybody brain just think different, and everybody wants so different. I do believe it's some common things, but depending on what we talk about, you know. Just based off our nature, I could say that I would see that, I could see majority of women being more interested in a dude that is financially stable and stuff, just because they're based off it. But it's like a women, man, majority of men, I could say they're probably looking for fertile women, because they want kids and stuff. Or just like we was talking about last night about stepfathers, I could see them. Oh, I should put that topic back up again.
Stepfathers,
Yeah, that was a deep one I had. But they need more appreciation.
hell yeah, them motherfuckers are MVPs.
Right.
Fuck they talking about?
But it was dang, what was it? Ooh, gotta upgrade this. Yeah, I'm gonna put that up there. What do I get? I'm just going through my topics. Oops. Oh, right here. What's my gonna pop up songs up? Oh, you do it right past me, buddy. It went right past me, buddy. Oh, they almost got me. Ooh, I'm in the lead. I didn't know that. I'm gonna try to look for that topic. One of those topics. Try to see something that's gonna give a little jump real quick. I swear I'm gonna start keep springing that Kevin Samuels randomly on people. I'll be chasing them off when I bring that. I'm like, yes. I just did that last night. That was so funny. You're like, oh, we brought this person up. What made you bring him up? I do it every time, so I know who I'm talking
What,
to.
pro-black? You talking about this one?
No, I bring no,
You
I'll
talking
be
about this one
bringing
right here?
what the heck that come from? I didn't even click that. That's crazy. Oops, not that one. I'll be bringing. No, I'll bring Kevin Samuels up every out of the blue. And I said I'm gonna start doing it. I did that last night. It was so funny. Oh, he like, hold up, I don't want to talk about him. We see the whole other side of people. I remember last time I thought it was a person that was cool. I mean, it was cool. And as soon as we brought up some form of religion or something like that, it's like people just do not like to hear anything. They want you to have that hurt that they have. And I understand some people have been hurt through different religions. They want you to find any reason to disqualify what and my man's Sean, he had a good point, and it's like I don't get how they argue that. He said if it's dudes that's in jail that changed their life from using the Bible and stuff, why do you want to disqualify if you say you want to help people out? Why would you want to take that away from them if that's something that's keeping them to be a better person and they made a change of their life or something like that. It's like this girl just kept deflecting. Was like, man, you know that this wrote the Bible and it ain't like, no, we're not talking about that. And then then it got to the point she's like, y'all is unintelligent, and I'm talking about like she don't actually follow me to my other half of my life, and she changed her whole thing up when that came about. I'm like, dang, why the evilness just came out of nowhere just because somebody didn't want to believe the same way you believe. We just trying to shine the light that some people actually getting help from it. Some people, what's the point of talking about
Right.
down on some people's religion if it's helping them?
I mean, listen, I don't even, like, the shit that I always try to separate personal beliefs from general beliefs,
Yeah,
right? They are the same. But in most cases, especially if you're talking about religion or like politics, like that shit there's two different things. It's you as personal, and then it's the world, right? And sometimes they go together. But most of the time, it's like, it's two separate things. And like what you may get from religion, it's going to be a totally different journey than my religion or what I get. Even if we in the same religion, it's different.
yeah, it's different. Yeah,
You know what I
100%.
mean? My experience is always going to be different. So how am I going to judge you based on your experience? I can't.
Right.
Now, if you're doing something that is hurting people, right? Or, you know, you asking my advice about something, maybe I'll give it to you. But like, I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you, well, how you believe God is God, you're wrong. God damn it, that's on you. That's your personal belief. That's your personal, experience. Now, if we just talking about scripture or what is actually written, well, now that's a fact or not, because you can actually go back
Right.
and see that it's written there.
Yep.
So now we can argue that, right? We can say that wasn't in the book or that was in the book, because that
Yeah.
is something that you can quantify. But how you felt about what was in the book, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Like, that's how you felt. And so,
Yeah.
okay, we can discuss it, but I can't judge you on that. And that's the thing. I'll be like, I don't call myself a hardcore Christian, but at the same time, I know that I'm about God. I live my life in this way. So that is my walk. But if you are a hardcore religious person and that makes you better, then I will applaud that for you. Maybe it's not for me, but I'm gonna give you your props for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be happy for you because that's what you do. If you're a Buddhist or some other religion and you are a great person because of it, kudos. I ain't got nothing to say. But people just can't, bro. They can't separate. They can't. And I don't know why. Like they just get so you know, involved in whatever that they just can't even see nothing outside of their vision. But that's why I always got to make stipulations when we talking about the religion, because if I don't, these motherfuckers will probably try to send somebody to get me. Look, I'm just doing this to poke the bear. Now, y'all understand. Now, I ain't saying nothing against y'all. This is what it, because if you don't do that, man, these people lose their mind when you talk about religion, anything against what they think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's more good.
Split the bill. That's crazy. Still, motherfuckers is tripping off this.
Yeah, that is. It is. I was trying to look for that. I gotta find that other stuff. One stuff. I got so many old ones. I seen some of them that after I done used a super old one I brought back that did numbers more than the first time I brought it up. I was like, dang.
Hey, I've been thinking about that myself, like going back into the
Yeah, I be
archives,
recycling. I
bringing
ain't gonna
back some
lie.
shit.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
Might as well.
maybe it, like it wasn't ready back then. Maybe you're gonna get a different one now.
Right. That's true. And you get a whole different crowd. You get a whole different point of view.
Because I was looking at some of the subjects, I was like a year ago, and this shit still applies right now. And I was like, damn, am I Negro Dominus around here? Is that prophecy? What the fuck?
It was Simpsons. It was the Simpsons. Right. Isn't this?
Head
He
of
said
the
somebody mentioned
curve.
that we gonna go back an hour. Well, that's probably gonna happen in about maybe an hour or something like that. Is this the weekend they go back an hour?
Do something. I think it might have happened already. We might have went back. Let's see.
I think it
Yep,
have
we
usually
just got
happened
an
about.
extra hour.
You did? Oh,
Well,
it's
see, I'm
that
on the East
late?
Coast, so mine has already went back.
Oh, okay. What time
Yeah,
is
I'm
it where you say
150.
you at?
So my watch, it says it's 250. My
Oh,
phone
okay.
says 150, so it went back automatically. I
Oh,
didn't have it
I'm
reset my watch.
150.
I
Yeah,
know.
I'm 150 too. Unless my time's supposed to go
Yeah,
back.
so we
Is
went
we
back
in the
already.
same time? Oh,
Or wait,
I supposed to be an hour ahead. My
I think
jump
it's
probably ain't gonna
230
change.
or 2 something that it goes back. Maybe,
Yeah, I think it used to be 3
yeah,
where I'll be at, or
maybe you got
2
another
o'clock.
10 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's what's up.
Yeah, we'll see if I go back to 1 o'clock again. Or 2 o'clock, I mean. Or 1 o'clock. Okay. Man, this week on straight. I would have thought it went back the same time for everybody, but I forgot time moved a little bit different.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, cause right, you said well,
I
you
was
not in
tripping out.
Cali.
No, I'm from Cali, but now I'm in Atlanta.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, you would probably be 3 hours behind me if that was the case.
Yeah, that shit. I remember when I first got out here, all my time was fucked up. My whole biological clock was tore up. I was like, man, what
Like,
is
hold
going
on,
on?
whoa, right. My body feel like it lost about three
You know how you
hours.
be tired for nothing? Yeah.
Right.
Just super tired all of a sudden. I'm like, I'm an old ass man. I ain't tired this early. What's going on?
Ain't that right? Oh my goodness. Oh, he cracked me across my boy in a headstand. Boom, boom. Oh my.
What you playing, man?
Uh, Duty,
What you
Call of
getting whooped
Duty.
on?
Just
Oh, okay.
no faith at all. You just gave it what you gave. I ain't gonna
Hey,
get
dog.
whooped up.
Hey,
I
dog. What you
just
getting
won the
whooped
last
on?
game. I won the last free for all, but this one I'm losing at the bottom. 2-8. Last one I went
Hey, I only
30
said
and
that because of what you
7.
was doing.
34,
You was
32.
over there. Ooh ooh ah.
Right, do sound
Like,
like
go ahead, getting
right.
whooped. What's happening? What's going
Yeah, I'm
on?
most definitely getting whooped now. Oh, this dude done pulled up on me again and hit me in my head again. Oh my. What the heck? He knocked your whole head off? This dude just running around with a bat and he looked just like me. We got the same skin. That's right. Running around sneaking up behind me.
Hey, we
I
all
should
look
run around
alike.
with
Hey, we all don't look alike. Don't look
my
alike, Kev.
right. Y'all don't look alike. Chill. Every black person don't look the same. Quick reload. Ooh. Ooh, chill. Oh, you back there. Let me go ahead and reload real quick. Take care of you real quick. Sneak this way. He might have been all y'all here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, who the heck told Nate to sneak up out here? Come back, Nate. Both of them snuck up out of here quick. That's cool. Cause I feel like I had a decent live earlier though. I'm just stretching it because I probably ain't gonna feel like getting on tomorrow. If I do, it's gonna be a free live, and I'm not about to be sitting in this chair. I'm gonna be laying down. I like laying down.
You gonna be night night. You gonna be
Nah,
night night. Ain't no
nah,
lay down. Out of
nah.
there.
I meant to say stretch
We
out.
gonna
So
be.
I'll be like sitting in this chair.
You better get you investment. Get you a new chair, player. You gotta get you some ergonomic or something. There's something going on.
Yeah, ain't nothing beat laying across
That's,
that bed. Oh, I see you all the way back there.
yeah, that's what
Oh,
she said.
chill. Right, I thought about that. I couldn't respond quick enough. Got caught. Threw some more.
That's the first time I beat you to that shit.
Right, what the heck? What's going on? What is this world coming to? How did I lose? I know you caught up in catching up with the no diddies though. Caught me a few times with that. Oh, what the heck is that? All right. Ugh, get up out of here. You keep it. Oh, he tried to talk to me. Oh, I would get caught. That's crazy. Get up out of here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
man.
catch up.
Well, shit. I think I'm gonna get up out of here, man.
All right.
I'm gonna try to see if I catch you tomorrow, cause I don't think I'm
All
gonna
right.
be doing it on Monday. So I'm gonna see.
Okay.
And shit, if not, I will catch you on the next one.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Go ahead and get you some Bactine or some fucking Aquaphor or something for that ass whooping you about to take. Go on, get you a little get you a little Epsom salt bath or something ready.